Hello everybody, welcome into our latest live broadcast. It's Easter Sunday, the 20th of April, 2025. My name is CareyHolzman, and today I've got a mini PC here that I bought about 18 months ago, 16 months ago. And this was part of, back at Studio B, running some experiments with the quality of products and risk involved in AliExpress. And so I bought some small things, less expensive things, and everything was coming out great. It was all coming up roses. Everything was as expected. And as my trust grew in the brand, and again, not the brand necessarily, but well, a little bit, as well as the seller, right? So the brand of the mini PC versus a seller, which is AliExpress, started to gain a little more confidence, spent a little bit more money. Things were still coming up really good. Sure, it's 3 weeks to delivery, but it all arrived, no issues, until this one. Now at the time, this one was the most expensive I had purchased of a mini PC from a brand I had bought mini PCs from, of different makes and different models, same manufacturer. And I could not get Windows to install on this. I reached out to the manufacturer. They suggested, because I ordered a bare bones unit, perhaps it was the RAM or storage was not compatible, or I was doing something wrong, was their implication. At this price point, I didn't expect that kind of an answer. However, I had a choice. I think I could send it back within a couple of days. And I thought, no, I'm going to hold on to it because there's a lesson to be learned here. And besides that, I need some time to let me think about it and maybe try a different approach. Maybe there's something I'm missing. I'm not exactly new to this. So I put it on a shelf and then forgot about it. Then we had to move. We moved into Studio C, and then we had to move all this stuff. And as you can see, what AliExpress sent me is just a nondescript white box. I have no idea what's in it. I have several white boxes just like this, so I just completely forgot about it. I'm not sure if there's a switch in there or some kind of AMD mini PC or an Intel mini PC, or I have no idea. It literally could be anything in this white box. And that's how it slipped my mind. And I've got a shelf for unfinished items, and I usually will stack the boxes up there for future content or someday get around to it, kind of no pressure. This is just future stuff. This was in that stack, but where most of the boxes have branding, I know what they are by looking at them. This one, I don't know what I was thinking when I was looking at it. It's something. I don't know. It could be an HDMI wireless extender for all I know. They all arrive in very similar boxes. And I didn't want to take all the boxes off and look at it. And what I should have done, what I would do now, of course, would be to get a Sharpie marker and write on the box. Or get a Post-it note and write on the Post-it note and stick it to the box. And I didn't know it was going to be 16 or 18 months when I put it away before I'd look at it, nor did I know I was going to forget what was in there, because the frequency of the number of machines we go through without any sort of label or tag, it could be so many different things. And because it wasn't pressing, it wasn't thinking about it. So the other night we're cleaning up the area here at Studio C, little by little. And I said, what the heck is in this white box? And I opened it up, and lo and behold, all the memories came flooding back. So the first thing I see, this is not a helpful hint. I'm like, I guess there's a mini PC in here. And I take this piece out. Look, I even still kept it wrapped up. That's how new it was. And inside is, at the time, one of the most expensive PCs that I bought from AliExpress. And if you look at it, it's pretty bare bones. You have to put your own serial number sticker. You see there's a little groove right here, and then the sticker, you're supposed to put that in yourself, I guess. I don't know. So anyway, this is like white box stuff where you can label it with your own brand, make your own stickers. Let me bring it up to the camera, and you can see the indentation where that sticker will go. There's no rubber feet. The unit itself, and I know you can't tell by looking at it, but this is some of the cheapest plastic I have ever seen. Like, it just, I don't know how well you can see how much it flexes. It's very lightweight, and the plastic is super thin on this. Look at I don't know if I can demonstrate that. It's one of the most cheap feeling cases, but yet one of the most expensive mini PCs at that time. By the way, they still sell this today. It's about $150 less than I paid for it. This is like a 13th gen, I don't know, maybe it was an i9 or something. I was looking for a cheaper alternative to an Intel Nook at that time. And supposed to just have Thunderbolt on it, I guess. But there's only one Type-C on there. It's supposed to support 4 display outs. So it's got HDMI, HDMI DisplayPort, and I'm guessing that Type-C will be Display 4. Let's see, 2 USB 2s back here. Not much in the way of USB. 4 USB up front. All right, well, I guess that's a total of 6, plus the USB-C. It's not terrible. So anyway, I thought we'd look at this today. We've got dual LANs. So they're going to say, hey, this is great for an open sense router, pfSense router, a soft router. And I couldn't even get Windows 11 to install on it. Now, that was 16 months ago. I don't know if my approach might be different today. It looks like I have plastic on here. Yeah, there is plastic on here. Yeah, okay. Maybe on the back too then, huh? Yeah, that's how long it's been sitting. So that's how far I got into it. And then the rest of the box then contains, well, let's just check. I don't remember. It's pretty basic, bare bones, and it was literally a bare bones machine. Oh, there is nothing extra. There's no Visa mount. There's no documentation. There's just a brick and a cloverleaf power cable, standard with like a laptop or other mini PCs. That's it. And, you know, for the amount of money I paid, oh, wait, there's something more in here. What's in here? Well, we do have a Visa mount after all. We have an internal SATA power cable. I don't know why. I guess this will take a full size hard drive. Oh, there's the rubber feet. They're included. You have to stick them on yourself. Hey, you know what? I'm okay with that, because if you're going to open it up, you're probably going to do it soon after you receive it. So at least I'm not having to take the feet off and then put them back on. I appreciate that, but it's sort of this is not ready to eat out of the package kind of a deal. You have to do some work, and you know, like I said, I'm amused that the serial number sticker that's usually on there, you have to do that yourself. So that's weird, and everything's in Mandarin or Cantonese. I don't know what that language is. And the power brick, it's an FSP group power brick, and it is wattage wise. That is written so tiny, even with the glasses I can't read it. Let me get my real magnifiers out. Let me get my Milton glasses. There we go. There's my red stapler. 90 watts. So it's a 90 watt power supply. Wow. If they would have wrote that any smaller. I'd have to take a picture of it with my camera and then zoom it in so I could read it. Cheap man's microscope. There's our friend Buster with a 10-pound super chat joining us in the chat. Hey, Buster, we hope you're feeling better today. 45 degrees Fahrenheit, he's reporting there in Bonnie, Scotland, and he says he's feeling a lot better today. That is great news, and we're happy to see you in there. Hope you're having a good Easter Sunday. 45 degrees Fahrenheit or 7.2 degrees Celsius. We've got a week of the 80s, 80 degree Fahrenheit ahead of us here for the next week and a half, which I hope is accurate, because man, when those 100 degree temps come, it won't stop for 5 months. So yeah, it's just going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. I am savoring the cooler weather. Well, we're at the end of it. This is just the tail end of the non-oppressive heat that becomes Phoenix in summer, or late spring as the case may be. And let's take a moment to say hello and happy Easter, everybody in the chat. There's Mark Baggett and David Graham, David Herzog, and Jamie McGregor. Jamie's in Scotland as well. Mark Baggett, I mentioned already. Let's see, who else do we have in here? Abdul Azim Patel just renewed his membership. Now a member for 28 months. That's awesome. Thank you, Abdul. Martin Postema and Bull Terrier Mac say hello. There's Todd Wickham. Hey, Mike's Unboxing Reviews and How-Tos is in the house. If you've not seen Mike's channel, be sure and check it out. If you like my content, I'm sure you're going to love his content. And for those of you in the UK who are looking for a little bit of a closer neighbor there with maybe more some items available or conditions, like the kind of plugs they use, he might be more relatable in that sense. But he's very good at what he does, and we're certainly honored and happy to have him here, as with all of you. Thank you for joining me. Paul Kitching, as well as Scott. Pete Unwin. Hey, Pete, we haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. I also see Ben Laird joining us from Scotland. Thomas MacT says hello. Of course, Mara is in the chat room, our channel administrator. Keeping her busy today. She set us up with a thumbnail and video description in the last minute. I only found this last night, so I didn't know I was doing this today. Tony Aindow says hello, and a 10-pound super chat from our friend Mark Gaines in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mark. Chris Muha says he had to use a cheap man's microscope quite a bit. Yeah, well, thank goodness, right? Otherwise, it'd be running out of film, taking it and waiting 3 days for it to get developed, and then paying $7 or $8 for the mystery bag of what photos are blurry and what photos came out. I am so glad those days are behind us. Let's see. Who else is saying hello? Matthew Burden joins us. Kay Morton joins us. John Doe saying hello. Arnold Albert and Victor Cross say hello. Mike's Unboxing Reviews and How-To says, that's very kind, Carey. Well, it's honest. All right, so watch yourself. I'll turn on a dime. No, his channel's very good. And consistently so. I feel safe to say that's not going to change. But if it does, I'm watching you. Let's see. Paul Howe says hello. Welcome into POW. Paul Howe is now POW. Slow down. Slow down, Carey. David Ice says hello. There's Jack Kugelman saying hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Come on, get comfortable. Sit down. Grab a drink. Let's do a little exploring together. Now look, it has literally been over a year and a half. Well, it's been nearly a year and a half anyway, since I last turned this thing on. I can't remember what state it was in or what the error was. It just wasn't working right. And it was, you know, I did basic diagnostics and I said, okay, this is going to take more than basic diagnostics. I set it aside and here we are nearly 18 months later. Okay, so that's how we got here. Brad Revel says hello, and CG in the chat room, and Philip Jones and Jason Wheeler all say hello. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. So to remind myself of what the heck is going on with this, I mean, I'm assuming I left the RAM and storage in there. I don't know. I haven't. I really can't remember. So let's just figure out where we're at, and then we'll figure out where we're going. Well, I know where we want to go. We want to go to a working computer. I'm not quite sure if it's left or right or north or south. Sometimes left and right can also be north and south. Yeah. Can you tell I work unscripted? You'd never know. All right, let's put power in there, and we'll grab our keyboard and mouse from over here, like so. I don't think I want to put internet into this yet. I think we're going to keep it unplugged until I figure out what's happening. I don't see any point in putting the cart before the horse if it's not going to benefit us in any way. It's just one more cable to get in the way or potentially cause another diagnostic issue. So keep it down to the bare minimums just to establish. Ooh. Wow, did you hear that? I used to do that without making noises. I'll plug that in. Any of these HDMIs ought to work, right? I have two of them. HD2, is that it? HD1 and HD2. I don't know why it's not HDMI 1, but keyboard, video, power. Let's turn this on. Good sign. It does turn on. I got a blue light. And then we're going to flip over to this output so we can see what's doing. And so far, nothing. We'll give it a second. In fact, what I'll do is put the camera on just so you don't think something's wrong here. And that way we can see what's going on with it. Mike's unboxing just comes right out of the box punching, right out of the corner in the boxing ring, punching. Wow, I'm getting all my words jumbled in the wrong order. He thinks we have a secure boot key that's corrupted. You know what? He might be right. Now look, I see Windows installed. What's the problem, Carey? I don't know. It even looks like we're in 4K. So let's go to full screen on this. And yeah, it's 4K. Let me drop this down to 1080 so as I can seize it. 1080. Right over here. Thank you very little. There it goes. Keep the changes. Keep the changes. And crystal disk mark info. Oh, it's Gen 4. What CPU did we buy? Because they offer this in like 4 different CPUs. We have a link in the video notes. I am not recommending you buy this. If that has not been clear, that link is there for your reference. What to avoid? Okay, it looks like I didn't get the 13900. I got the 13700. Okay, 64 gigs of RAM. I wasn't messing about. And it's just Windows 11 Pro 22H2. Now, as I recall, Windows 11 Pro 22H2 is not supported anymore. Meaning, if we go to Windows Update, we're probably going to get a message that, too bad, so sad. You're running too old of a version of Windows. You have to have at least 23H2. Is that what's going to happen? Let's see. Oh, gonna try to do that without making any. Oh no, can't do it. It's too old. All right, we've got 2 LAN ports. I'm just gonna pick one. I don't care. And who makes these LAN ports? Is this like an Intel thing or is this something else? Let's right-click on our Start button down here, and we'll go to Device Manager. Take a look at who's making those. Oh, well, that could be a problem, Carey. Clearly, I didn't get this far to even get the Ethernet drivers in there, let alone, it looks like Intel chipset drivers are missing. And as I recall, I couldn't even get Windows on here, but clearly I did, because otherwise these tests would not have been run. So what did I do? So SM bus controller, we know that's the Intel chipset driver. The multimedia audio, I'm not sure yet. And the problem when you order from AliExpress or many of these companies, they don't have websites for you to download drivers. You have to contact the seller and say, can you send me the drivers? And then the seller will usually send you a Google Drive link or something where you can download the zip package that they've haphazardly slapped together. So we're not going to rely on them for drivers. We'll do that ourselves. So when it comes to these Ethernet controllers, what I would do in this case is I will grab, well, you should know, I'm going to grab one of my $15 USB Ethernet cables here, or Ethernet adapters. And these have built-in drivers to Windows, both 10 and 11, any version. And we'll plug in up here to one of these blue ports. And we'll unplug our Ethernet adapter and plug it in here. And that should get us online. In the bottom right corner, that globe should turn into a little monitor. Once we do that, we'll hit Windows Update. And let's see if Windows Update says, hey, operating system's too old, can't help you. If that's the case, we go to the Windows 11 Installation Assistant and put 24H2 on it. So that's our plan moving forward, and let's begin. Settings and Windows Update. Oh look, Windows is not activated. Oh no. Do you know what happens if you don't activate Windows 10 or 11? Nothing at all. Why are people activating Windows? They either want to customize their wallpaper in their desktop, or they really can't stand to see your Windows is not activated watermark. That's it. It's apparently all activation does anymore. So make no mistake, Windows 10 and 11 are completely free. We're not just talking about a free upgrade. The question is, if you don't activate Windows 10 or 11, what happens? How much time do you have to activate it? And the answer is, personalization can't be done to the operating system, but every program works. Every feature works if it doesn't involve personalizing. And the watermark goes away. That's it. Those are the only things that happen. And under what consequence? What if you don't activate? Under what period of time? There is no period of time. It does not count down. It never has. And activation is fully optional. Just so you know. A lot of people misunderstand the question. Is Windows 11 free? Well, if you qualify for the upgrade. Regardless, if you qualify for the upgrade. Anyway, it's only $15 to activate. We've got our SCD keys deal going on, so you can get rid of that watermark, and you can get rid of, and you can personalize your desktop. But other than that, Windows is going to work fine. Now, it is offering us 23H2, which is good. The problem with that is 23H2 can take a long time to install. And you can see we've got a bunch of drivers coming in here. It looks like Realtek makes our network card, but I also see an Intel network card. So one of those is probably wireless. So what I'm going to do is, normally I would just skip ahead to 24H2 by using the Windows 11 download assistant. But I cannot remember where this computer was crashing. I just remember getting blue screens and getting frustrated and changing out the RAM and doing some basic things that just did not work. So for that reason, I want to put this through the ringer as much as possible. And even though I may end up wiping it and reinstalling it, if everything works, instead of having 22H2 with 23H2 on top, with 24H2 on top, if all that works today without any problems, I think the way forward will be to wipe it clean straight on with 24H2 and get rid of the buildup. That's going to happen with 25H2, with 26H2 anyway. So why start out clean out the gate with 2 layers of Windows? But for the sake of testing today, let's let it run. Let's see what it does and see if we get any blue screens. We'll keep an eye on that as it's running. And in the meantime, I want to talk to you. Yes, I do. I'm going to grab my camera and drop it to the opposite corner because it looks like it's blocking our progress there. It's always in the opposite corner of where I put it. So we'll just set that right there for right now. We'll keep an eye on what's going on here. And you tell me what's going on with you guys. How about that? Chris Muha says, how can you trust the drivers from the manufacturer? Basically, you scan it with your favorite antivirus or anti-malware. In my case, I don't even have to scan it. The minute I open it, if there's any issues, Malwarebytes, the paid version of Malwarebytes, will immediately pop a message up. If that message does not pop up, then it's just my brain, and I look and see, does that look okay? And yeah, drivers are drivers. If any of those drivers are infected in any way, Malwarebytes should absolutely catch it. And there's nothing important on here. It's always on a guest network. I don't throw it onto the main network, so it can't go anywhere. I've never had a virus-infected, malware-infected driver. It's always some other piece of software, but there's being cautious and there's being paranoid. And just because you're not paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. Try and find a reasonable middle of what seems most likely. Because of the manufacturer, in this case, TopTon or something like that, I've never had any issues from them with regards to acquiring drivers to other models. This is about the third or fourth TopTon model, and they were all fine except this one. So we'll see what happens. Now, of course, if you have a technical mindset and you can source the drivers on your own, you may be getting newer drivers. But if they've modified the drivers in any way, that you might get an error message that the driver you download, even though it's the right driver, isn't compatible with your system because the manufacturer or the OEM might have altered it somehow. Now, typically with these generic boxes, they don't alter things. But every once in a while, especially with video cards, if you have like a laptop style video, discrete video like an RTX 3000, 4000 mobile chipset on a laptop or a mini PC, it's not uncommon where you cannot download your drivers from NVIDIA for that. The NVIDIA driver won't install it. It'll say you got to go to the manufacturer. And then you're screwed because the manufacturers don't stay on top of the drivers like NVIDIA does. You might get one driver every 9 months, maybe. So if you're somebody that always likes to have the latest driver, you want to stay away or pay attention to verification that the driver that is provided for the onboard discrete video, in the case of, again, particularly NVIDIA is where I've seen this, that, you know, look for a discussion or a review that mentions whether or not that driver's locked down. I don't know why an OEM would choose to do that, but we have, well, that Ace Magic Starship computer. You can't just download an NVIDIA driver for that. It has to come from Ace Magic. It's a bad decision, in my opinion, from Ace Magic to have done that. Maybe there's an engineering reason why they had to, but I got a feeling they didn't have to. I don't know. It's the price you pay, you know, to have a really cool looking computer, I guess. Plus the price you pay, which was around $1,500. But hey, it's pretty cool and it runs fast, and I just don't have the latest NVIDIA driver on it because Ace Magic doesn't make it available yet or ever. We'll see. And Ace Magic isn't alone in that. Now, we did have a second computer, the mini computer from AliExpress that we also did not review. There's nothing wrong with it, never had any problems with it. Everything runs fine. It does have a weird idiosyncrasy, a weird behavior that if you want to get into the BIOS only shows up on one of the two HDMI ports. So if you plug into the first HDMI port, you will never see your BIOS. If you plug into your second HDMI port, then you can see your BIOS. I've never seen a computer behave like that before, but it's really no big deal once you know. And again, it's just part of the package of, you know, saving money at AliExpress, right? Because this other machine I'm talking about cost quite a bit less than buying it here in the States by about $100. So it depends how important that is for you. The screen just went black here, so I'm wondering if we went to sleep or if it's putting a driver in. A video driver would cause the screen to go black, and it's not coming back. Are these early signs of something, or am I being impatient? We may never know. I hear the fan cranking up on this, so it's doing something. So I want to just give it a minute or two here to see if it wants to come back. Christopher Raybone joins us in the chat, says hello, welcome in. Graham Edwards saying hello. Steve Chappelle joining us. David Martinez. Welcome in, guys. Doman 2000. Yeah, that's kind of upsetting, you know, to spend that kind of money and just trying to do a Windows install in this. So this experiment may just stop here because that's not normal behavior, and it does concern me that if the machine had gone to sleep, it should have woken up. If it was in the middle of downloading and installing rather a video driver, that should have already come back by now. So either it's having trouble waking up, and again, at the 13700, we shouldn't be waiting too long. This is not a budget PC. So what's going on here, and how patient is too patient? The only other thing I can think of is maybe reset camera 2 on the capture card just to see if activating and deactivating resets the connection to HDMI. It does not. So it's not an issue with the capture card communicating with the onboard video. Stuff like this can drive you crazy. Now, the other day, I made a video showing you how to reset any computer. Just do a clean install of Windows 11. Whether it's Home or Pro, you get your Windows 11 from Microsoft and nobody else. Don't get it from the manufacturer. If you want to do it the Carey way, then we do them all the same. We're not going to worry about what differences a manufacturer might have made to the OEM installer of Windows 11. There shouldn't be anything that is required, only optional changes that are discretionary. So if I just use the regular OEM Windows 11 that I download legally from Microsoft, then I can use it equally across any laptop, mini PC, or desktop computer, whether it's pre-built. I don't use a Dell recovery or HP recovery. I do a Carey recovery, which is a wipe and reinstall the same way that I do it on all computers. Then I don't worry about why is this Windows looking a little different, or wondered, is anything else altered about this Windows installer? Sometimes they even include the drivers. They, being the manufacturers, may have a Windows 11 installer with all the drivers in it already. That makes me nervous as hell. So what I want to do is just grab my Windows 11 installer, and let's just kick it off with a fresh, clean install. We're going to start from scratch, and let's see if it installs without a problem. For all I know, something was done in Windows 11 that maybe improves the likelihood of success, but I've never, between 22H2 and 24H2. So when I had this, just to give you an idea of how much time has passed, we were on 22H2. Then in the fall of 2023, we went to 23H2. Then in the fall of 2024, we went to 24H2. As soon as we go to that, I have a new installer. I don't hesitate. I get it the same day. This fall, we'll have 25H2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the power on this. That'll force it off. And rather than try and get around whatever's happening by turning it off and back on again and going back to the downloads, I already know something's not right. That's all I care to know right now. I'm going to go ahead and remove my Ethernet adapter and plug in my USB Windows 11 Media Installer. We're going to turn this back on. I guess I have to put power back in it to do that. And then we'll do like a delete key or something, whatever, to get into the BIOS and direct it to boot to this. So let's see if I have any better luck at that. And I don't remember. I'm assuming it's just delete, delete, delete over and over again until something happens up here. I'm starting to hear the fan wind up, so it's initializing. Okay, now, see, I guess I missed it. That's all right. Once we get into Windows, we can go back to Windows Update, into the recovery, and just tell it to boot back into the BIOS. And because I'm not plugged into the Ethernet, I don't have to worry about it continuing on updates and putting us right back potentially where it was, leaving us in a loop, which is possible. So these updates that it's finishing are the ones that it previously downloaded where, the screen went black like that. And ultimately, this will save us some time anyway, because installing 23H2 will take about an hour, and then installing 24H2 would take another hour. At some point, it's just faster to start over. When we talk to customers about solving their problems, that's something we have to consider is how much money do they want to spend on labor? How much time do they want to wait to get the computer back? Versus how much time will it take to just wipe it out, restart it, reinstall everything from scratch? Meaning we have to set their printers and their email back up and everything else when we re-deliver it. But ultimately, that may be faster and cost less money to the customer and get them back up and running sooner. This is for the technician and the customer to discuss, depending on each unique situation, and offer the customer the right path forward with the proper expectations and time and money. That's it. So sometimes it's not worth it to fix something if you could just wipe it and reinstall. Or in the case of having a backup, just restore the backup and get on with life. This is supposed to be restarting right now. Power light is on. Nothing's happening. Scott says, too bad you couldn't have backed up the drivers. Well, I don't trust the drivers. I don't know that I have the drivers. And this never had the drivers on it to begin with. This was sold without RAM or storage or operating system. In order to get the price down, it's called bare bones. So I had to provide my own RAM, my own storage, and my own operating system. Clearly, I didn't get too far with it. Stuff like this, where we've shut it off or restarted it, it just sits here without a signal. At this, look, if this was a $100 computer, you know, but this was an $800 computer, and I was expecting the quality of the case to be better than a Radio Shack project box. That's essentially all it is. I'm just unplugged it, plugged it back in, turned it back on. Let's see what it does. I can see an inconsistency here, which, you know, look, that can drive anybody crazy. 1 minute it's working fine, the next minute it doesn't even basically turn on. What the heck is going on here? Now, once it's installed, if it stabilizes, and this just happens once in a blue moon, I guess I could live with it, but with the number of computers I have, why would I? You know what I mean? But it may not be so bad where it's like unusable. It just may have some odd behaviors at certain points. I don't know yet. I haven't established it. I haven't gotten that far. Maybe something with my RAM doesn't like this board. Maybe changing the RAM out. There's nothing else. Certainly would not be the NVMe drive. So I don't know. What I would do here to get us into the BIOS, since I seem to be having some really difficult time getting into that, we're going to go to Start, Settings, Windows Update. We're going to go to Advanced Options. We're going to go to Recovery, over to Advanced Startup, and Restart Now. That's going to bring us an Advanced Startup menu and say, hey, what are you trying to do? You're trying to do a system restore? You're trying to boot from a flash drive or external drive, or do you try to get into the BIOS? So I can choose getting into the BIOS and override the drive in there. I can choose to just boot from the drive. I don't know. I think maybe we'll just try and boot from the drive. I don't think I'm going to have any luck finding a newer BIOS for this, but I won't know until I look. It does seem like every time I try to restart this, it doesn't want to go again. That's freaking weird. Now, again, it could be something with the RAM it doesn't like. It could be something with the NVMe it doesn't like, but it seems highly unlikely. I don't get it. I guess this was maybe part of the problem, was it just wouldn't restart without unplugging it and plugging it back in. So even if we unplug it and plug it back in right now, it's still going to give us that startup menu because it hasn't finished, right? If we unplug this, we're interrupting it. It seems to be stuck and it can't get past something. So when we unplug it, when we turn it back on, it's going to try and finish what it started, or at least that's what it's supposed to do. So we'll plug it back in, turn it back on. Yeah, there goes the lights. And this time, it should give us a post screen, just like it's been doing every time we pull power. And then it should take us into that startup menu I'm looking for. So whatever this problem is seems to be hardware related. It doesn't seem to matter what version of Windows, or, you know, we're not even getting to the point of loading any software. So it's not going to be drivers. It's not going to be Windows. There's something in the hardware that's not happy. And at that point, I didn't want to tear it all down, because basically you have a single board here and there's not much to fix on it. You know, it's not worth putting all the time and effort to try and fix something like this, even at $800. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to use a, well, we can do a couple things here. We know the BIOS is okay, or it wouldn't even post at all, right? So there's no point going into the BIOS and choosing defaults. That won't make any difference. So I'll just go ahead and say use a device, and we're going to do that SanDisk USB drive. That's my Windows 11 installer. and then we're going to do a fresh clean install of 24H2, but will it restart? It does seem to be pretty consistent that anytime we try to do a soft restart, it won't restart. But when we do a hard restart, it seems to always restart fine, or start up rather in that case. So could it be a power supply, motherboard, RAM compatibility? It's anybody's guess. And you can understand how frustrated I was, how disappointed I was that I would put this on a shelf and with a white box with nothing written on it, forgot to ever get back to it. Because I definitely had enough of it. That's a lot of money to have something not work. And that was without the RAM and storage. I had to spend more to get the RAM and the storage. And as you can see, nothing's happening. This thing just sits here. So once again, I unplug it, plug it back in, hit the power light comes on. Will it continue where it left off? Will it boot from the USB? Or is it just going to boot into Windows now? Well, there's one way to know for sure. And it's the only way. We don't have a choice. So it'll be what it'll be, and we'll progress accordingly. This Windows logo, it looks like it's starting from the USB where it was interrupted. And you know, even a clean install of Windows isn't going to fix this because this is happening before Windows even tries to load. But we still have to put Windows on it anyway. So let's see if we get any other errors that might indicate to us something else. The more information we have, the faster and more accurate our diagnosis is going to be. So if it installs Windows just fine and the only issue we have is restarting, well, at least we have a consistent problem to diagnose. So we're going to go through installing, and we're going to wipe everything out because there's nothing on here anyway. Click I don't have a product key, and we'll choose the Pro version. And that'll be right down here, Windows 11 Pro. Hit Next, accept the license agreement. It's going to ask where we want to put Windows 11. It's going to show us disk 0. Because disk 0 already has Windows 11 on it, it's going to have 4 partitions. 4 with unallocated space, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with the 5th one basically, or first one, being unallocated. We want all of these to be unallocated before we continue. So disk 0, delete partition. Wait a second. Disk 0, delete partition. We are wiping this drive, completely erasing it. Disk 0, delete partition. All 4 of them got to go. And it should just leave us with the 5th one, which really isn't a partition. It's just a representation of unallocated space. So we get rid of that last partition. Everything combines into 1.8 terabytes. That's a 2 terabyte NVMe that I put in there. All of these disk 1s that you see, that is the Windows 11 flash drive. You can tell from the size, it's very small by comparison. So disk 0 unallocated space would be what a drive would look like brand new out of the package if we were installing Windows 11. And we hit Next, and we're going to get a summary where Microsoft says, is this really what you want to do? Yep, we're going to keep nothing, blah, 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 and install. And we're off to the races. And we'll see where that leads us. Bring it back over to the chat room while we're waiting on this, which, by the way, a lot faster than what we were doing. But what we were doing was also a benchmark or a test to identify if it was going to crash. And it kind of did. So now the question is that something resolved in 24H2? If not, is that black screen related to the restart not happening? Still unknown, but the more data we can collect about what's not normal, the better. All about data collection at this point. Kevin says he's watching on his TV. He doesn't have chat. Usually, you have to use the remote on the TV. You typically have up and down arrows on your remote. You click the down arrow, and you should see some icons below the video. And one will be like a, I think on live chat, it looks like a cartoon caption. And you click on that, and you should then see the live chat. Most TVs do support it, but not by default. You typically have to use the remote to get into the options of the video, including video resolution can be changed. A lot of it's the same options that are on the desktop or the phone. They're just put differently depending on how the manufacturer of the TV has integrated the app. So just because it's not in front of you doesn't mean it's not there. And they're not always the same. So maybe you have a TV that doesn't show live chat, or maybe you just don't know how to access it. Let's see. Raymond says, last resort, hope the warranty works. Well, here's the problem. For Americans to send anything to China, and it's been this way as long as I can remember, costs about 10 times more than for China to send something back to America. And that's because the Chinese government has placed very high tariffs on American imports, especially of electronics. They don't want it in their country. But America, on the other hand, only charges China a pittance. So Americans can buy things cheap and give all their American money to the Chinese folks who work in the factories and can have a better life. And then the Americans in return have a better life because they're not paying what it would cost to make it here. But it's not equal and it's not fair, because when you buy something from AliExpress, you have a short window of time to return it, but basically you've got no warranty. It's like buying from a garage sale. So if you accept that risk, have fun at the garage sale, or AliExpress. They're interchangeable. I knew the risk when I bought it, and I bought it for the content and to learn a lesson from it. I didn't know ahead of time if this lesson would be good or bad, but I was hoping it would be good. I still wouldn't recommend AliExpress unless you're a bit of a gambler and it's worth $100 savings. For us, it's worth it for the content. And I can share this experience to let you know what to expect. And everything I bought up until this was fine. We didn't have any problems. That's why right out of the gate, I didn't buy anything for $800. I built up, something was like $50 and it was $100. Then I went to like $300. Everything was fine until that. And when I contacted the company, the support is absolutely terrible. It's broken English and misunderstandings. That's all it is. So, just trying to get them to send me a zip file for the drivers. You better not be in a hurry. Now look here, I think the computer wanted to restart so that Windows installer could kick off and we have a complete black screen again. Gee, what a shock. The good news is this problem is consistent. And when you're diagnosing a computer, having consistency is very important. If it only happens sometimes, how will you ever know if what you did fixed it? You just use it and see if it happens again. This can take months to figure out in a situation like that. And a customer may lose confidence in you that you have to keep coming back to fix the same problem. And it's a good way to lose your business because people simply don't have the time or the patience to be down because everything you've done hasn't fixed it. That's where intermittent issues can sometimes be, as a business, unlike AliExpress, I want my customers to keep coming back and keep them happy. It'd be cheaper for me to replace this at my cost than to lose all the business from that customer. At least in a business. Maybe not a consumer, but a business, probably in my best interest to just put that marketing money that I would spend on any sort of commercials or coupons and give it to that customer, take the unit back, give them a new one, they're happy, I can work on this at my convenience, and if I figure it out and it seems fine, then I can resell it as a used unit and try and recoup back some of that money. But in the meantime, as my customer continues to keep me as a managed service provider, I earn the money back that way instead of losing that money and having a pissed off customer, perhaps a negative Yelp review, whatever. See what I'm getting at? So as a home consumer, if you want to gamble with this, go right ahead. As a business, probably not a good idea for $100 to lose 100,000 in lost revenues, or to have your reputation soured over $100. Not worth it. In that case, just go buy Dell. Go buy something, a brand that you know is going to have your back, and you just be the middleman so the customer doesn't have to deal with it. And, you know, or in my case, I build them myself, not minis, but, you know, desktops. And if I do put minis in many cases, it's still the right customer service to replace the mini rather than try and repair it. Get the customer back up and running, whatever it takes, as quickly as possible, and then take that mini back. It's now my property. And if I want to send it in for warranty or do anything with it, the customer's not there waiting. It's my problem. I'll deal with it. And then when I get it back, it'll go back up on the shelf as another swappable unit for warranty, or perhaps maybe I use it personally. I don't know. Again, for consumers, it's not really something I would do unless it's a consumer that I'm making a lot of money from. If it's a consumer like most, I hear from them once every year and a half, every 2 years. I'm not making any money from them. So I consider what I do for them as a public service. They call me when they need me. They usually wait till everything's all screwed up because they don't want to spend any money. And I'm not going to lose a lot of money if the customer's upset and they don't like, you know, they had unrealistic expectations of what kind of service they were getting. They need to pay me more. And I think that's pretty well universal, because how else can you stay in business if you're just giving the shop away to meet a customer's demands who isn't in return compensating you for your time? That's a quick way to close your doors and find another line of work. So it's not being a jerk, you're just trying to stay in business. And staying in business, the key to it is to have a regular income coming in, you know, like what you call a job. I'm not paying to go work for somebody. It's not going to happen. There's a cutoff point in the case of consumer warranty that I'm going to say, look, I'm going to just cover the warranty the manufacturer gives me. So if I have a bad Gigabyte motherboard or something, I'll put a new Gigabyte board in right away. And in their Gigabyte board, I'll send it in under RMA and I'll get a new one. It'll go back up on my shelf and I'll take care of it. But I'm not going to replace their whole computer unless it's only been a couple of months. Other than that, I'll give them a loaner that they can borrow, and I'll send theirs in for repair, get it back, and then swap them back out again. One way or another, I'm going to help the customer, but it's going to cost me in time, and it's going to cost me in the shipping to send the thing back. And if I only made 20 bucks on the whole deal, now it's costing me negative 20 bucks to go through all of this rigmarole just to keep a customer happy. That's okay. 20 bucks is 20 bucks. We're back to that black screen again. You can see how annoying this is getting, right? I'm going to unplug again. Wait a second. Plug it back in. Turn it back on. There we go. What the heck is going on? What do you think is wrong with it? Got a bad technician working on it? Probably. Mecca Cameron joins us, says hello. Jason Wyrick saying hello. Ray says hello. Keep my computer on. I'm trying. Boshin guy said, Carey, I had to reorder that GMK tech for my pastor. When he saw the Ace Magic, he said he wanted a computer. The GMK tech was still on sale, so I reordered it. Very cool. Let me go over to full screen over here and finally complete our Windows 11 install. And you know how I just go through this, it's always the same. User, enter, enter. So we're not getting any crashing. The problem seems pretty consistent that the soft restart just consistently never, ever works. And again, on the plus side, it's consistent. Not sometimes, always. Other than that, I'm not sure why we got the black screen during the Windows update, but again, I'm not convinced yet that's a real problem versus a fluke. I'm not convinced. I'm not seeing a blue screen. I'm not seeing a crash in a traditional sense. We're just seeing abnormal system behaviors. So just keep that in mind as part of your diagnosis when you're thinking about what could cause that behavior. I can promise you the computer is doing exactly what it's being told to do. So somewhere there's a communication breakdown. Is it on the board? Is it on the RAM? Is it on this SSD? It's certainly not on the software because we don't even get that far. I have an idea. Put it in the box. Put it back on the shelf for another 17 months. Let it return to the earth from whence it came. Chalk it up as a lesson learned. All right, so we're back up to a nice clean install of Windows 11 again. And I will pull the Windows 11 flash drive out of here. Now, I imagine we're not getting any drivers, but let's see if 24H2 provided us with more drivers than 22H2 did. Now, I think we're kind of in the same boat here, aren't we? I mean, we have two unknown devices. And obviously, we're in 4K, which makes everything super tiny for me. Let's go back to our Ethernet driver here. We'll wait for that globe to change into a monitor. While it's doing that, let me just go back to 1920 by 1080. Oh, there's no video driver. Basically, we've got a generic video driver here. That's why that's shaded out. Now that's going to come in through Windows Update automatically in the background. So if you notice the screen blank out and come back, then I will be able to change the resolution after that. So like I said, consistent problems, especially familiar ones, we already know the solutions from experience. I'm not too worried about that right now. So that's going to fix itself. Right now, it is downloading updates, whether you realize it or not. And we're going to go ahead and check for updates on top of the fact that it's doing it in the background. I wish Microsoft was a bit more transparent that it was doing this, but that's just the way Windows has always worked, at least since like Windows XP, I want to say. No, Windows 95. I can't remember when they started doing that. But yeah, that's the normal for now. It doesn't matter what they did in 1872. We'll let that run. We should have a shorter list of updates since we have a newer version of Windows 11, which already has a lot of those previous updates built right into it. That's the benefit of just jumping right ahead to 24H2, especially when we have a computer that is pretty easy to set things back up on. If the average customer just has some bookmarks, some documents, email, printers, that's easy to put that stuff back. It can be harder to transfer or update and take longer and be more frustrating than just do what we call a nuke and a pave, reset it, get back to basics. It's like having a whole new computer again. So while this downloads and installs, I want to check my power settings because I don't want the screen to go to sleep. For all I know, it won't wake up again. So let's turn off the display never. So at least if that happens, we know it's not because of this. That is a part of the diagnostic. And I think about it, it's very logical. And when you see the screen go black and come back, that's going to be this Intel display driver. Now, this Intel display driver may already be downloading and installing, and it's downloading and installing again. So if you see that it says retry or failed, that's because it was doing it twice, once in the background and once here in the foreground. Microsoft simply can't trust their end users to update, and then when they get infected from a hacker or ransomware or whatever, they blame Microsoft for it. So this is how you solve that problem. You put the children in the crib. That way they don't get out of the crib, and then accidents don't happen. Okay, that's a very condescending way, but unfortunately, that is the reality we live in today, where so many non-technical people use computers and really don't understand how they work or understand why it's important to get updates, or may even believe nonsense online that they don't want to potentially ruin their computer with updates and intentionally avoid them, which is one of the dumbest. I'm sorry. If you're of the school of thought that you don't want updates, if you want to run Windows LTSC, the long-term service contract, I think you're a fool. And the reason I say that is you're not going to get any feature updates. You're not going to get anything beneficial. You just want to stay on an old version that only gets security updates, gets no feature updates, and you just want to be left behind. Now, in a corporate world, who LTSC is designed for, where you've got 10,000 employees in an IT department, you have to carefully control what you're releasing to those desktop workstations because it affects your productivity. As a home user, you're probably shooting yourself in the foot by grabbing a version of Windows that was never designed for you, that leaves you behind all the other consumers because you're not getting the same features that they're getting. And ignorance is bliss. You likely will never know, or you're going to convince yourself, since you never had it before, you don't need it. Well, listen, there's a lot of things in my life that I didn't realize I needed until I had it. This is one of these stupid things. How did we live without these? Does anybody remember? So you go ahead and you stay on your Windows LTSC, and you just go ahead and preach to people online about how superior your logic is as a consumer hobbyist, on how you're outsmarting everybody. You're doing this to yourself. And I think you're absolutely foolish to deny yourself those updates and those features that add more value to Windows, as though you're some corporation that has thousands of desktops you have to maintain. Different circumstances. And that's why LTSC is not something you can typically just go and buy unless you're a corporation. Now, there are websites that will sell you all different kinds of licenses for Windows. SCD keys will sell you LTSC. So look, there's nothing illegal about it. You could go put it on if you want to. You're just doing it to yourself. Go knock, if that's what you want to do to yourself, and you think that's a superior way of thought, maybe you should be a Linux user. I'm just saying, if that's the kind of person you are, and you consider yourself that technical, Windows isn't really the right operating system for you. That's my opinion. And if you were a customer reaching out to me saying, hey, listen, I've never worked with you before. I got your name from a friend. Can you put Windows LTSC on my computer? No, I cannot. Well, why not? Well, because there's no legit way for me to source that, number one. So my relationship with Microsoft could be jeopardized. Number two, I don't want to support you because you're going to have something different than everybody else. Number three, if you're running a corporation and you have 100 machines and you want to put LTSC on, that makes sense. I can help you. Well, what happened to the customer is always right. That's not the expression. The customer is always right in matters regarding to taste. So if you want to mix and match an outfit together that doesn't go together, you're right, we'll sell you the outfit. When textiles, the customer's always right. But when it comes to going to a doctor and telling the doctor what kind of prescription you want him to write you or want her to write you, no. Doctor's not going to take liability based on your own personal diagnosis or drug addiction. The doctor will do the assessment, the diagnosis, and if a prescription is required, they will tell you what that is because they have to be held accountable for anything that happens to you. They'll be liable for that, anything bad. So the doctor has to ensure, if they want to stay in practice, that they're following all the rules. So if you're just selling nutritional supplements that aren't verified to actually be helpful, and you're selling an idea in a pill, it's legal. And if people take it and swear it's working for them, no victim, right? Everybody's happy. But the fact that here in America we have so many supplements without FDA approval, there's been several cases where those supplements have been pulled. In England, they pulled, I think, Kava, which you can still buy here in the States. The UK claims people are overdoing it. It's causing liver problems, and my understanding is they don't sell it there anymore. It wasn't a prescription. It was something you just go to the store or you go online and buy it. It's a vitamin. It's a supplement. Who do you sue in that case? See what I'm getting at? There's a question of how consistently the medications are made. If nobody's really checking them, how do you know that they're blended correctly or contain the dosages they claim? If you want to run those risks and you think you can outsmart the doctors and you want to do that, you're not breaking any laws. But at the same time, I'm like a doctor for computers. And my liabilities are very serious when it comes to businesses. This is how I choose to run my business. If people don't like that, they can take their business somewhere else. That way, when there's a problem, it doesn't involve me. You see what I'm saying? It's not punishment to me to say, if you don't do what I tell you to, I'm going to go somewhere else. I will show you the door and help you out. You know, get out of here. Because asking me to be an accomplice of your downfall, I don't even want to witness your downfall. I want to just keep going my direction and you go your direction and we'll all be happier. And then when you find yourself in that position with somebody else and everything I say turns out to be wrong and you never have a problem, good. I'm still happy. And if you do have a problem, it has no impact on me. But I'm not the one who's going to roll those dice. That's not how I run my business. I'm not a casino, even if I'm wearing a Las Vegas shirt. All right? It's just not something I can gamble away. It's take me too long. I've got too much invested in time and money and experience to just throw that away because a customer wants to tell me how to do my job. If you know how to do my job, what are you calling me for? Sounds like you got it all under control. If you want something that technical, if you consider yourself to be that technical of a person, why aren't you running Linux? Just rip the Band-Aid off and get on with it. All right, get off my soapbox. So annoying. We get these in waves. We get waves of people on some subject. And lately, it's been this long-term service contract Windows, like it's something special that everybody should want. You're out of your mind. To me, that just explains that you have no understanding of what you're missing. And if you do understand what you're missing, why are you on Windows? Either way, it doesn't make any sense. And that's the way I see it. Gary Tatum wants to know if the RAM is soldered on. No, Gary, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, this system was sent bare bones. Bare bones meaning we have to put our own RAM, storage, and operating system on it. As a result, it was cheaper at the $800 price point than if I had ordered it with RAM and storage. It would have been, you know, probably about $1,000. Probably more than that with 64 gigs. Probably would have been about $1,100. On the other hand, it would have already had Windows installed, and I don't know that I would be experiencing this problem or not. That's impossible for me to know if it's a RAM compatibility issue. This is one of the problems when you order a bare bones unit, is if you do end up putting in the right technical specifications for RAM, but for whatever reason, it isn't communicating properly on the particular system you have, then the issues with you know, tech support is going to say that's on you for your RAM. That's not our problem. We didn't provide you the RAM. So if I would have added the extra expense to get the RAM, solid state drive, and Windows already installed, I would not have gotten as fast of a solid state drive, and I would not have gotten as much RAM, and I would have spent more. But would I be experiencing this issue? Likely I wouldn't be. But I don't really know that, do I? I'd have to order two of them at the same time, one configured one way and one configured the other, and then establish if there is a problem, then what's the difference between the two? So, you know, again, we can speculate all day about it, but usually when you have soldered down RAM, it's very unlikely you'll ever have a RAM problem. The odds of a RAM problem go down by about 97% when the RAM is soldered down. Now I'm just pulling that number out of the air, but it's very, very unlikely. It's possible. It's unlikely. Soldered on RAM is far superior in performance, in cost, and in making the computer thinner with fewer parts to fail. You want that as much as you can get it. This is not 1997. We want to keep evolving the technology. Eventually, the RAM will be on the CPU. I think the second gen Ultra series from Intel on the laptop chips are very similar to Apple's M1 through M4 chips, and that it's all soldered in. That's even faster. Even faster. Why do you think Apple only comes with 8 gigs of RAM by default? Did you ever wonder? Because that's all it needs. I challenge you to use an Apple computer with 8 gigs of RAM and compare it to a Windows computer with as much RAM as you want. Tell me how much difference that makes. That's how much more power you can get out of 8 gigs of RAM when you could put the RAM right there right next to the CPU so the data is not traveling as far, and that speeds things up. The RAM itself can be faster and cheaper, and the whole package, the whole computer, can be smaller and draw less power. So don't turn your nose up at soldered on RAM. RAM, the importance of RAM has changed over the years. As the storage has gotten faster, we don't need as much RAM. Run your own tests, see for yourself. We have 64 gigs of RAM in this. If I take half of it out, lose dual channel, and just go to 32, one stick, you'll be hard pressed to tell any difference. You could run benchmarks and see differences, but without those benchmarks, using what human abilities you have, you'd have to have some kind of piece of software that was pretty resource intensive that not many people use to notice even a little bit of delay in most cases. Now, there's always exceptions, but a lot of times those exceptions are because the software is not optimized. Because the programmers have gotten lazy and the companies have gotten greedy. Why should we optimize our software? Just slap it together, make it work, and get it shipped. We don't want to spend any time optimizing it, reducing its size, and making it more efficient if we don't have to. Just get more RAM. They put that on their customer. That's a bad developer, if you ask me. That's just lazy and greedy. So if program code is optimized and efficient, 8 gigs of RAM should be plenty. And seeing any difference between 8 and 16 or 32, 64, you must be one heck of a demanding user to notice that. More than likely, you're just caught up on benchmark numbers. That's been my experience. Because the actual human being noticing and measuring, it's often milliseconds or tiny little seconds. And if you're that intolerant that you need your 2 seconds and you're going to spend all that money and go right ahead. But you're not going to get that recommendation from me. As we move forward, you should expect to need less RAM, and you should expect to see that RAM soldered on, so it's not even a choice you have anymore. It's not like Apple hasn't led the way in other tech. Apple's led the way here. It all makes perfect sense when you understand what all the benefits are. All of a sudden now, the other way that gives you the options, these aren't options you need to have anymore. With few exceptions. But overall, the general public, they're not going to see it. And that's how it's moving. That's the direction, and that's why it's very logical. It makes sense, and it saves money. And sure, the computers get less repairable. So what? They're cheaper to replace. Repair costs, labor costs keep going up. And look, this computer's being repairable or not, or this right to repair, in the case of computers anyway, is being caused by the consumer. It's not being caused by the manufacturers. So if you don't like that things can't be fixed, stop buying those things. So long as the consumer keeps buying them because they're faster and cheaper, but then wants to complain they can't repair their $100 mini PC, it's not the same as having a $3,000 mini PC. As you get more and more and spend less and less, and labor costs go up, and parts get hard to find or very difficult or time-consuming to replace, so long as the customers are choosing that, the manufacturers are going to make it. The manufacturers didn't decide this, the consumers did. And how we move forward is based on what consumers are buying. So I don't want to hear people talking about how they're doing this, they're making it unrepairable. And in the meantime, with the other side of their mouth, they're over here purchasing this stuff in mass. So what do you think the manufacturer is going to do? They're going to make what sells. And why are you buying it? You're buying it because you're getting more for less money. But then you're upset if you have to repair it. It's ridiculous. Absolutely unreasonable to take a blend of 1990s technology and repair and upgrades and apply it to 2025 and say, this isn't as good as it used to be. In my opinion, you're not keeping up. You're not getting it. You're still living in the past. And then if you turn around and you buy this stuff, then you're saying one thing and you're doing something else. But the manufacturers are very consistent. They're not forcing any of this on anybody. They're just making what's selling. I wonder why it's selling. So are computer repair shops for consumers closing up? Yes. Is it because of right to repair? No. No, it's because of the customers. Period. That is the main nail in the coffin in this industry, are how intolerant customers can be. I want it fixed yesterday, and I'm going to give you $2.15, and I'm not paying a penny more, and I'm going to call you indefinitely with all of my questions that are tutoring, but I consider them to be support, and you're going to answer me because I've given you my money from the repair you did 2.5 years ago, and now every time I need to be learning something new, I'm going to call you and ask you how to do it as though it's a computer problem. You can't stay in business like that. It's just no way. It's just not how the industry works. Try and do that with Dell and HP sometime and let me know how that works for you. Dell and HP have millions and millions of customers every month. So that's take it or leave it is their attitude. HP was adding 15 minutes onto hold times arbitrarily just to discourage people from sitting on the phone, and maybe while they're waiting on hold, they'll Google their problem and fix it themselves. Now, they did retract that once the news got out that they did it. Then they're also wanting to charge people with a credit card before you could even talk to anybody in tech support. Give us your credit card if you want to be put in the queue to wait on hold, because so much of it has become tutoring. Tutoring is not tech support. Okay. Going off on a rant today. I just need you to open your eyes and consider what I'm saying as a perspective you may not have considered before. And if you've already come to the same conclusion I have as a tech, well, then I apologize for preaching to the choir. But there's enough of you out there still living in the past, in my opinion, that have unrealistic expectations of where we are today and are trying to get in the way of progress. When you think going backwards is progress, you and I are going to have a disagreement. Okay. Let me just take a quick look at how we're doing over here. It looks like so far everything's still installing fine. There's no unexpected problems yet. The system got real quiet over here. That's why I'm kind of curious. Did it get stuck? Oh, it literally just now finished. Very good. Full screen. Restart now. Now, when it restarts, I'm assuming I'm going to get that video driver if it's not already taken effect. I'm going to get myself out of 4K mode and back to 1920 by 1080. I suspect that screen's going to go black and it's not going to boot again. If it does, it'll be the first time. So I'm kind of hoping it doesn't, so the problem remains unquestionably hardware. Luke Greenia joins us and says hello. Welcome in, Luke. Bernie Clement saying hello. Graham Edwards saying hello to Mara. Happy Easter from the UK. Hey, back at you, Graham. Frank Jimmy says hello. Grab the right mouse over here. Dennis Hill wants to know, how much is AI going to need for the average user? It's something that we don't really have much of, so we haven't had it to miss it. Once it becomes like a smartphone and you warm up to it, you'll wonder how you have ever lived without it. That's likely what's going to happen. If I had to guess, that's my prediction. It's not going away. And I think you're going to see incredible gains in medical research very quickly with AI. You're going to find new cancer treatments that are far more effective, that are going to happen much, much faster now in regards to that type of research and development happening at light speed versus the human brain and the abilities of research and labs and such. It's going to speed that up by 20,000 times or more. It's unfathomable. It's also going to create some new challenges with scamming and deep fakes and things of that nature that comes with it. And much the same way a screwdriver or a hammer can be used to build, or it can be used to physically harm another person when it's misused. All we do is hope that it'll be used for more good than for bad. But there always will be a bad side, because there's always going to be bad people. And at the end of the day, that has nothing to do with the technology. That says a lot more about the people. We can fix the tech, but the people, some of the people, they just want to set the world on fire. And any kind of tool you can give them that can assist them in creating self-destruction, those people aren't going anywhere. Every time one goes away, they're replaced with two more. So we just have to look out for ourselves and make sure that we have our processes with regards to how we use these tools in place to ensure that we don't cause our own self-harm, and hopefully we don't intentionally harm others as a result. Other than that, nothing's stopping this tech. It's going to keep marching forward regardless of human behavior. So I think it will be more good than bad. Just like with a screwdriver or a hammer, I think they are probably used far more for building or progress than they are for causing harm to other people or themselves. But it does happen. Certainly a lot of emergency room visits from people with power tools not paying enough attention or taking safety in mind and hurting themselves or others every single day. But those same power tools can build a house in 2 weeks instead of a year and a half. Like they expedite the whole process with a nail gun instead of somebody slamming every nail in by hand, which is a job that isn't going to last you 30 years likely because of the damage it causes to the human body with that repetitive action and kickback and recoil from the hammer throughout an 8-hour day, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year. The human body just can't take that kind of abuse. A machine, a nail gun, chung, 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 you get that 20-minute job done in about 40 seconds. So in that case, that stuff is very welcoming and it's progress. But that same nail gun, you could use it to shoot nails at people. It's not what it's designed for. AI is going to be just like that. And I hope the good far outweighs the bad, but there will be some bad. You'll see. I mean, look, you can't stop it. So you might as well learn to embrace it and get on board with it, because you're going to embrace it sooner or later. You're not likely going to be able to ignore this your whole life. And if you do, then it's an ignorance is bliss kind of thing where you don't know what you're missing. That's all. I suppose that's not terrible if you say, well, I've got a friend of mine who doesn't own a cell phone. Well, if they never had one, it's pretty easy to go without one. But they might be really hard to reach. You say, geez, I wish they had a cell phone so I could call them, you know? They don't want it. They don't have to have it. So what you usually end up doing with people like that is you have to reach out to their partner because they don't have a phone, but the partner does in most cases. You know, look at Gene Hackman and his wife. Gene never had a smartphone, didn't know how to use one, and nobody knew anything was wrong for quite a while. They were long gone by then. So there's pros and cons. Almost universally, the people who are opposed to progress are older folks. I'll look back at the 1980s as a teenager and just think about how great those times were. Socially, culturally, money was very tight. We didn't have much in the sense of money. We scraped by, but in some ways that made life a lot more interesting from day to day, a little bit more of a challenge. And we survived it, you know, things got better. But as things got better, they also got more complicated. And as things get more complicated, there's more stress. And as there's more stress, then culturally our society has become very fixated and polarized in their views, unwilling in most cases to compromise or negotiate. There was less of that in the 80s, I'm just saying. And people don't want to conform. They want to be nonconformist, but they want you to conform to them. Who the hell are you? Go be a nonconformist. I consider myself a nonconformist. And if I were to conform to your nonconformity, then I'd be conforming. When I already said I'm a nonconformist, just like you are. So for you to expect me to conform to you is like me expecting you to conform to me. What happened to that mutual respect? There's a certain part of our culture that's lost it. So I just try to stay away from it, just avoid it. In any event, we're right back to not restarting again on a soft reboot. So I'm going to unplug this. Wait a second. Plug it back in. Turn it back on. And that should finish those Windows updates, that first round, and then we'll see where we are with drivers. So that is a very frustrating issue, and I'm so glad, since I can't remember what the problem was, this is exactly what got me frustrated. This all makes sense now. It's all coming back to me. Arnold said it appears the PC is off. No, PC is running. The power light is on. It's why I'm calling it a soft restart. A hard restart would be the computer's off. But in this case, the computer's running and something's not kicking over to initiate the restart. And the computer sits here and you can hear the fans running, the light is on. And if you rewind the video, you'll see that's consistent throughout since we've turned it on. Okay, so we're back up and running over here. Let's see if I can change that resolution now. Yep. Right there. There we go. Keep the changes. Let's look in our device manager and see what drivers are still missing. So the Intel chipset driver is missing, and it looks like our sound card, whatever that is. So what I'm going to do for this problem is I'm just going to come over here to Microsoft Edge, start without my data, uncheck that, confirm and continue. And we're just going to type in Intel chipset driver. That sounds good. What do you mean I'm not online? What the heck? Look at that. I got a globe. So let me unplug my Ethernet USB adapter and plug it back in. That was weird. Now it's working. You know, these things might be related, or it could be a fluke. I don't know. It does look like it's got a sound. No, it's shaded out. It doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. Intel chipset drivers, download center. We're getting this directly from Intel. And I want the chipset. Which chipset is it? Well, just the INF utility ought to be fine. Whatever this is, we're going to grab that one. And we're going to download that and accept the license agreement. Up here in the corner, it installs. It downloads. Then we click on that to install. So you see I got the little circle next to the arrow. We can close all this out right now and hit next, accept, and install. Yes, on the user account control. Now this should take care of many, but not all of the issues in the device manager. This will require a restart, which means we're probably going to have to unplug it again. So watch what happens when I talk about a soft restart versus a hard restart. The Intel chipset drivers usually only take about a minute, maybe 90 seconds to install. It's not a long process, and the file's not very large. It's not like a video driver, but it's a pretty important driver. I've seen people bring computers in that never had the chipset driver installed. And it's amazing how that can affect your video performance or the computer's performance, where things start getting laggy or stuttery on videos. And you're going, oh, I put the latest video driver in. Okay, but you never put in the chipset driver. They don't know. So you go right click on your start button, you go in your device manager, and you look and see that everything's happy in here. Now, we've already addressed a few of the issues with that chipset driver, which surprisingly did not require a restart. But it's pretty clear to me we're missing our audio and something here that we're not quite sure what this is yet. But I'm not too worried about the sound card. But even that, not having a driver, well, what do I care? I don't use the sound, could still be causing a lag from some piece of software that's waiting for some sort of acknowledgement from the sound card for any reason that it's just timing out and your whole computer feels sluggish. So you always want to make sure everything in here is happy. And there's a few different ways we can discover what these items are. And what I would do right out of the gate is I would install the Intel driver updater. Now that never gives us the chipset, by the way, but it can give us any Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, stuff like that. So I would just type in Intel driver assistant. And once again, we're going right to the source of Intel. Going to intel.com is our search result, just to make sure I'm not going to a third party. I don't trust third party drivers. And we're going to download the driver in Support Assistant. Again, it's a small download, unobtrusive. It doesn't take a lot of resources, and it never asks you for any money. It says a prerequisite is required, so we'll just grab that, which is likely it's a runtime, a DLL, a dynamic link library, probably a runtime that this application is built upon. And since that was not installed by default, Intel's saying, look, it's free from Microsoft, whatever. You get it from Microsoft. Not everybody has it because not everybody needs it. It's free, so it's something we put in if we need it. How do we know if we need it? You get a message like that. We'll agree to the license terms on the driver assistant. I'm going to decline the computing improvement program. You can choose to accept it. It really doesn't matter. And we'll let that install. Again, it's a small application. It's quick to download. It's pretty quick to install. And let's see, because there's a chance. Not that the sound card, as far as I know, Intel doesn't make a sound card, but that unknown device, maybe that's part of this. I don't know. But because it's free and it's from Intel and it could potentially update other drivers as well, there's no downside to doing this. Even on an AMD system, if you have like an Intel network interface card, wireless card, etc., there's no harm to run this. Worst that can come up is say there's nothing on your system to update. The best thing that can come up is it says, I've got a newer driver than whatever you got your drivers from, like from Microsoft's Windows Update. They may not be as current, likely they're not going to be as current as Intel is. So we've got a graphics driver that's newer than the one we downloaded from Windows Update, and we have a Bluetooth driver as well. So we're going to download all of those. And we have specifications down here, and you'll notice the network card, well, this says Realtek, that's our USB network card. Our graphics adapter, our chip, Bluetooth, wireless, RAM. Oh, and I've got a phasing 2 terabyte drive in there. I love that this application does this right through the browser. And then I don't need necessarily CPU-Z or another utility to see this information. I don't see any sound card listed. So we'll just see what happens here after we install these updates, if it changes the device manager at all with regards to any of the missing drivers. We're still going to be on that sound card, and the sound card is likely made by Realtek in most cases. Sometimes it can be Sound Blaster, but that's usually a much higher end system. Sometimes it can be, trying to think who the other one is. Now, we can do a lot of research and trying to Google it, look it up, look up this specific model, go back to AliExpress, find something else, because this is going to be a generic box, so probably lots of other AliExpress sellers sell a similar thing, and they just change the branding. And we can see what they say or what their reviews say about it. Or I can just download the Realtek audio driver, just see what happens. Because if it installs, it's probably because we've got the Realtek hardware. And that's what I'm guessing it is, but it's a guess. But so long as I'm sourcing the driver from Realtek, I don't have to worry about causing any harm to the system. It'll just work or not work, but it won't cause blue screens or anything. All right, we're going to do our Bluetooth driver right now. This is a pretty small driver. It only takes a minute. For all I know, maybe that unknown device is the Bluetooth. We'll hit finish here, and then back again on the installation now of the graphics driver, which is in progress. We're going to get a pop-up. If you don't see it, you'll notice it down on the system tray if it ends up running behind your Windows. This interesting Intel BQM5. So out of curiosity, I wonder if that tells us maybe what the sound card is. Interesting. Yeah, see how that popped up down here? Well, I can just let that run back there because I'm multitasking. Oh, somebody's looking for drivers for Linux. Realtek looks like, oh, NVMe controller. Thunderbolt, oh, could be Thunderbolt controller. Bluetooth. Huh, see the sound. Pass it. You see, I go through this pretty quick, so it's pretty easy for me to pass something by. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I'm going to guess. I'm just going to guess. Realtek HD audio driver. And we're going to go to realtek.com. What is this? That's not what I want. Let's go down here. realtek.com. This looks like it's got, it's all for Windows 10. Isn't that weird? Why would they not list Windows 11? After all these years? This is a driver only, and this is an executable file. I'm going to try this one. What the heck? What do we got to lose? 64-bit. Agree to the terms. Download the file. Then we got to do the CAPTCHA. P7FG0K. Submit. You will submit. I guess I got it right because it's downloading. In the meantime, this is probably waiting for me. It is. So begin installation. Agree. Decline. Start. I might have done that a few times before. All right, so that's going to be a minute. Let me jump over to the chat and see what you guys are saying. Jamie McGregor says it's Realtek audio. I checked. Thank you, Jamie. Ron Toomey wants me to check to see if Secure Boot is turned on in the BIOS. Okay, we could do that while we're waiting. We can multitask. Let me jump back over here right quick and just come down to the search bar and type in MS info, yeah, system information. Look under Secure Boot. It is off, so we'd have to go in the BIOS to turn that on, so thank you for reminding me about it. Kind of putting the cart before the horse on this, in my opinion, because whether Secure Boot is on or off in Windows doesn't resolve the soft reboot issue, or the soft restart. So that is definitely to be done once we resolve the issue, unless we decide we're never going to resolve it and leave it the way it is and just never be able to restart soft. I don't like to do things half-ass. That's kind of a hobbyist close enough activity. In business, I would never walk away from a customer with a machine that's not 100% functional. Not a machine I sold. and not a machine I was paid to fix. Either you're not paying me for the job and I walk away, or we're fixing it. Oh, look, video driver just went in. You see that resolution change? So what's interesting is when the video driver goes in and out, the video comes back. It's just a restart issue, which is fascinating to me. Because you think if there was an issue with the RAM, logically, we wouldn't even be able to boot, or we might be getting some crashing or other side effects of an incompatibility. But anything is possible. So even though that blue line is stopped, that doesn't mean we're frozen. You see the little icon next to the mouse cursor? You'll see that little circle form, and that indicates something else is still happening here. Although, normally I don't see this blue line stop. See that little circle? And then likely that blue line is going to continue again. So be patient and don't immediately, because of your intolerance, start creating problems that you didn't need to create, that did not exist if you'd have just left it alone. So I can't emphasize that enough because I see so much of this. So I'm going to hit finish without the reboot, even though it says a reboot's required. I'm going to ignore that, and I'm going to go to our downloads directory, and I'm going to try and extract and activate our sound and see if I guessed it correctly. So that's going to be our sound. That's our driver assistant and chipset driver that we downloaded earlier. These are the three things in our directory of downloads. And if we're not compatible with regards to the chip on this board and the software should say, hey, you don't have the hardware this software is for. Modern software doesn't just blindly install, or at least modern drivers. Very rarely. I mean, you'd have to buy some cheap crap. Let's see what happens here. Anybody respectable, anybody who makes respectable hardware also makes respectable drivers that prevent you from installing the wrong driver. But rest assured, there are people buying stuff from shady websites and Facebook Marketplace that you're going to have to work a lot harder and figure out these puzzles that the rest of us aren't going to have because we spent $15 more. All right, so that is what I call normal, versus anybody who fits outside of that, that's abnormal, is likely due to the decisions you made in your purchase, and that's why it was cheaper. And it's usually always cheaper. Rarely is it more expensive that you'll have those kind of problems. So when we're right down the middle and we're doing everything normal, then a driver for a chip you don't have would say, this driver won't install for you. That's nothing for you to be upset at. That's something to be happy about, because it's saving you a lot of time by not allowing you to progress any further, because you're going to come to that conclusion eventually. So I really appreciate that personally. So once again, we're back at this soft restart where the power remains on. We still have a power light. The fan is on. The system is not rebooting. So how long do we want to sit here and wait? This seems pretty darn consistent. So rather than wait, I know what's coming. You'll notice nothing's changed on the screen. Plug it right back in again. Turn it back on. There it goes. And we'll just wait. When it reboots back into Windows, we'll check our device manager, see if we have sound, and see if there's anything else like that unknown device. If that's still in there, we'll find out. But either way, we should be making some progress, hopefully, at least with regards to the drivers. But it has nothing to do with the restart issue. So when you're getting a barebones system, expect to go through, at the very minimum, acquiring your drivers and your operating system and doing the updates and installing the drivers and all the other stuff. Whereas if you buy it with RAM and solid state drive already installed, it's likely got Windows already installed and all the drivers already installed. So depending on what you're expecting out of your new computer, just keep that in mind. I don't want you to be disappointed. Once again, it does seem to be having an issue with redetecting our USB Ethernet adapter, and I'm just curious if I unplug that and use one of the two LAN adapters in the back, if they work now. Let's see. I'm assuming both LAN adapters are the same chip, but they may not be. So after a moment, if I'm not seeing anything happening on that globe in the bottom right corner, I'm going to switch over to the other LAN adapter, and We'll see if we get anything out of it. It should happen relatively quickly. And it appears as though they're both just non-existent, which would imply to me these drivers are still missing. Now, normally the Intel driver assistant would say, hey, that's an Intel network card. But maybe these aren't Intel network cards. Maybe these are Realtek network cards. That's possible. Let me right-click again on the device manager. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so the multimedia audio controller is still sitting there. That suggests to me that we still don't have the right sound card installed. However, yeah, you know, I don't even see a sound option in here. So I think that's the wrong driver. And I sure would have appreciated it if that thing would have said, hey, this driver doesn't work for you. I'm surprised, genuinely, that that driver installed. I don't expect that on name brand stuff like Realtek. There you go. So we don't live in a world of absolutes. That's unusual, but still possible. It's just less likely. These days, and as we advance forward with more advanced drivers, they become more intelligent. So this is something that you're going to see more and more of, where the idea of putting in the wrong driver, unless you're forcing it on with brute force, is going to become very difficult on the Windows platform. It's already near impossible on the Mac platform anyway. So Windows is usually just keeping up with Mac in that regard. They steal a lot of ideas from each other, and it's mostly Windows stealing from Mac. These days it's Mac stealing from, or it's iOS stealing from Android in the case of smartphones. iOS still keeps looking more and more like Android with every revision. Anyway, business is business, you know? So we've got an unknown device and a multimedia audio controller that we're looking for, and we still haven't resolved the soft restart issue. These are unrelated events. But for the course, if you want to buy a bare-bones system. Now, if you are going to buy a bare-bones system from a well-known company like Miniswarm, getting the drivers is easy. But when you're on AliExpress, it's a crapshoot. Like, it could go either way, and you should expect as much. Let me plug my Ethernet cable back into my USB adapter, see if we get, yeah, see how immediately it jumps to that. I wonder, under network devices, what do we have? Network adapters. Oh, look at here. It is a, oh, that's my Realtek. Never mind. That's my USB adapter. I wonder if this Intel-based kind of NUC clone has a Realtek. And if that's the multimedia control. I see something's weird here. Because under the devices that it's not recognizing, wait, where did the devices go? Hold on a second. Did I just hide them? Let me right-click back to Device Manager. Yeah, there they are. Other devices. Okay. Multimedia. Maybe that's one of the network cards. So one of the things that I like about Realtek, and we're going to go back to Realtek again here. Realtek network interface card. Now, there's a lot of different ways to do this. I'm probably doing it the hard way, but it's probably Realtek or Intel, right? And they both have these large packages that kind of cover an entire range of network interface card family of products. And it's really no big deal to just grab it and see what happens versus researching. So I can usually get it done faster than the person can research it. And that's really how I'm gauging it, right? Which one's going to take more time? We can speculate, we can Google it, we can research what the parts are on this specific build that's made by an unidentified manufacturer to hopefully get it right and hope that it's accurate, only to end up downloading the same driver I'm going to do right now. So let's just skip ahead. It's one or the other. Let's grab somewhere in here, network interface controllers, PCI Express. So it would be considered that. It's likely not a 2.5 gig. We want to go to Windows. Here's an auto installation that doesn't support power saving. It's 5 megs. I'm good with it. Let's do that. See what happens. Download. We got to do this stupid thing again. Thank you for all the bad people online that force us to prove that we're real people and not just eating up bandwidth. 2FFA, let's try that. Yeah. Z7, is that a C or a G? 7T9. B, is that an R? I don't know. HNBA. No, that's a U. BU. Hey, I got one. Hey, feel like I'm playing a carnival game and they should give me a stuffed animal. All right, there's our file. Let's just see what happens here. Again, there shouldn't be any downside. So, you know, I'm somebody, look, you can sit here and we can guess what's going to happen. We can do all the math and we can spend 2 hours talking about the results we expect, or we could just do the work and have the same results one way or the other in like 10 minutes versus studying it for 2 hours and trying to guess, which is fine if that's a game you like to play. I like to actually get things done as quickly as possible. And if you go too quickly, sometimes it takes twice as long, even 3 times as long. But it's just my preference. It's just how I like to approach it. You can approach it differently. Just showing you how I do it. You don't have to agree with it. Unless you want to pay my bills, that's optional. It does appear that it's finding something. Oh, well, this is what I was talking about. When you don't have the hardware that it's looking for, the driver should come up and say, hey, this driver won't install because you don't have the thing. This is exactly what I was expecting on the audio side. So that's why I'm a little confused here. So please plug the cable, whatever. All right. Why does it say please plug in the cable? Hold on a second. Let me try something here. Let me try plugging in the cable down here. Still no life. And let me try plugging in the cable over here. So those are probably Intel network cards. The question is, which Intel network card is it? Is it a 2.5? Is it a 1? Honestly, I don't know. So there's a couple ways we can find this out. If we look, Intel has a big network installer package for a family of network cards. Just as Realtek more or less separates the 1 gig per second versus the 2.5 gig, Intel does, I think, everything in one package. So let's just type in Intel NIC driver download and just leave it at that, see what comes up. So we've got the Intel driver assistant, which I'm not so much interested in, but the Intel adapter. This is the complete driver pack. This is big. It's a big file. It's like nearly a gig. This is version 30.0.1. And unlike Realtek, I don't have to go through that stupid CAPTCHA thing. But this is the size of a video driver. But it contains, I don't know how many different models of Intel network interface card. A lot of them. Because on average, they're probably 15 to 30 megs each. And we've got, you know, essentially 100 times that in this driver pack with regards to file size. 100 times of that file size, well, maybe 60 times that file size of an individual driver. Just here's a whole family of driver, and we're going to just look in your system and see if you've got a qualifying one. Put that one in for you automatically. And, you know, welcome to the future. It's so nice that the drivers have gotten this intelligent on the good equipment. On the cheap equipment, you know, they're still lagging behind. It's partly why the equipment's so cheap. The parts cost less. Big manufacturers are typically walking away from that because customers don't want to buy it. But on the other hand, you have a whole nother slew of customers that are bargain hunters that are willing to take last year's tech or 5 years ago's tech and buy it for a significantly less price, thinking, look at what I'm getting for the money, look what I got away with. And then they're stuck doing this kind of stuff where they're trying to figure everything out on their own. Some people really like doing that. So, you know, if you're into it, and that's your expectation, you won't be disappointed going that route. Let's extract all of this. And while that extracts, I don't need that open anymore, and I don't need this open anymore, and we'll just try and keep the clutter free so you can get a good idea of what I'm doing here. And yeah, there's 1,089 files inside of this big zip file we've downloaded, and that may take a minute to extract over 1,000 files, even on a fast computer. That's a lot of files to extract. It has to decompress them. So again, what you're seeing is in real time, it's unscripted, and this is how it works. Now I'm hoping this is the resolution, at least to the network cards. Because if not, well, then I'm really going to be confused. You think I'm confused now? Just wait. All right, well, that's read, and let me see the chat room here. Our friend Buster is saying good night. We'll see you soon, Buster. Glad you're feeling better, my friend. Jimmy McGregor says it's definitely Realtek audio, just probably a different codec. Yeah, I'm assuming you are correct. I've moved on to the network card for right now because I feel like I'm going to be more successful with that. I'm gambling based on experience that I'm likely going to have better luck here, but I've been wrong before. I just need to feel a little progress, you know? Now, sometimes there's a setup. When I don't see any setup or auto run or anything that indicates this is going to look for us. So, what do we do here? I'm going to guess we're going to go to the device manager, and we're going to click on anything in here and then go up here and say add drivers, browse to that directory we just extracted in our downloads file right there, and just let it look on its own and see if it finds, oh, it's finding a lot of things. I didn't expect it to find, wait, what's this? That's weird, but it's from Intel, so install it anyway. Again, consider the source. I didn't download this from Major Geeks or some third-party hub. This came directly from Intel. I don't expect to see that warning. But when I do, I can confidently move forward knowing the source of my file would not be injected with a virus. We're getting it again. You know, for all I know, there's some text files in this directory in here that might warn you of that. I'm going to keep going, see what it does. 100% Intel from Intel. And I'm not seeing any change in the device manager. It sure did do a lot of work. It doesn't seem to have done anything. But maybe, just maybe, the network card will work. I don't know. We'll see. Watching that bottom right globe, nothing. Still nothing. So I don't know what all that was about, but I don't think it's bad. And again, just because I'm not immediately seeing anything doesn't mean it's not there. Just I'm not seeing it. And it might require a reboot. Well, let's do this. If we got a reboot anyway, let's go into the BIOS. Let's take a look at what's going on in there. I'm going to go to Start, Settings, Windows Update, over to Advanced, Recovery, and again, Restart Now under the Advanced Startup option, and confirm that's what I want to do. I suspect we're going to go right back to the black screen, and it's going to sit there indefinitely. The question is, how long would be reasonable to wait for this machine to restart? Is this my impatience? Does this machine, for some reason, take longer? The reason why it got put back in the box is I let it sit for a long time. I remember. And now, because we're live, I don't want to let it sit for a long time. I know, working on all the computers I've worked on, from laptops and desktops and minis, it does not take this long ever. We've already passed what would be considered normal. And I can't think of any exception to this other than something is wrong. So I'm going to pull the plug, And we're going to turn it back on again. And this time, it'll come up with that same advanced startup menu. And we're going to go into a subsection of that to get us into the BIOS, since I don't seem to be pressing the button at the right time. And we'll take a look at maybe just reset the BIOS back to default, see if that makes any difference. Make sure the network card is enabled. Maybe it's not enabled, for all I know. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be there. I mean, it's physically here, but the computer doesn't seem to acknowledge it. So troubleshoot, advanced options, UEFI firmware settings, restart. After you do this about 3,000–4,000 times, it's second nature. Boy, you did that awfully quick. I've done it a few times before. You could be quick too if you repetitively, go through the same actions. So again, we're back to a warm restart, a soft restart. And what do you know? It's not restarting again. Unplug it. It's getting ridiculous. Plug it back in. Now maybe it's the power adapter. Maybe something's not right here. I don't know. Is that supposed to be a 90-watt power adapter? I mean, that's something we can figure out, but we're booting up again. Now this time it should just automatically go into the firmware without me touching anything. And it did. Well, there is the answer for our Ethernet controller. It's Intel 2.5 gig. It says no controller found. Interesting, and maybe another hint to what's going on here. And let's just do a, let's see. Restore defaults, yes. Fast boot is off. We can turn secure boot on again. That's neither here nor there. Custom. Restore factory keys. I don't know that I just didn't save that now. Now it says B3 in the bottom right corner, and that's coming from the machine. Now when you're saving settings in a BIOS and then restarting, or exiting the BIOS and restarting, it could take a bit longer for those settings to be reserved into the non-volatile RAM, the NVRAM of the BIOS. So in this circumstance, I would wait just a little bit longer than a normal reboot to give the BIOS time to do whatever it needs. Some BIOSes are faster than others. Those graphical user interface BIOSes might take a little bit longer, a little bit more resource intensive on those, but not always. So each machine, you kind of get a feel for it after you get familiar with it. And this one I haven't had long enough to become familiar with it. But that B3 isn't changing in the bottom right corner, and it's not coming from the capture card. That's coming from this unit. So whatever is happening here is happening on a very low level hardware where it seems to get stuck somewhere. So the next very simple diagnostic to do, first of all, it should have restarted by now, and I'm not going to wait any longer. And I probably already repeated this. I've probably already done this, but I'm going to take one RAM module out. Maybe something about dual channel. Maybe the 90-watt adapter is the wrong adapter for this. We got lots of maybes, but we're trying to put together our maybes based on logic and experience, not based on random explanations that comes from Google or people just guessing for no good reason. Just, well, maybe it's the so-and-so. Well, why would you think that? I don't know. Well, I don't need those suggestions. I appreciate people that have logical, reasonable diagnostic recommendations based specifically on reasonable suspicion, not just based on guessing. I mean, I suppose if you want to, in the automotive world, we call throwing it at the parts cannon. And that's where you just keep replacing parts until eventually it starts working again. I got no respect for anybody that wants to call themselves professional if that's how you fix things. The old parts canon, or sometimes called part starts. Hey, I remember this. Okay, so right here, it's got our model number, BQM5 version C, quality control pass. We've got some Team T-Force Zeus memory. This is good memory in here. We're going to pop one out of there. All right, that's all we're going to do. That's our Feijing. There's a secondary NVMe or SATA. This thing was really well equipped. That's why I bought it. It was really well equipped. In fact, maybe I can even give you a close-up of it, right? See if I can make this work. There it is. It's almost the length and shape of like the BQ, what was it called? The B-Link GTR 7 kind of reminds me of that, the GTR. So maybe it doesn't like the T-Force branded RAM. The RAM itself, you know, it's not cheap stuff. It's a 32 gig module, and the speed says it is 3200, which is pretty standard, 3200. Let's set that aside, and I probably already did this when I was initially diagnosing this as a pretty straightforward and obvious thing to check. Maybe I didn't, I don't know. This is what happens if I let things sit for too long. I have to start all over from the beginning again, unless I kept good notes, and then I'd have to find the notes, which is another problem. Start stacking my problems up. All right, so power supply's back in. Let's turn this back on. All the fans and everything are going to be on the underside of the board where they belong. Power lights on, and then we'll switch back over to camera 2 here. And let's see what happens. Let me minimize camera 1. Put it down here. Ron Toomey says disable compatibility support mode to allow secure boot. Was CSM turned on? I don't even know. Let's see, again, by removing the RAM, the BIOS may take a bit longer to retrain the memory again with a partial lobotomy we just performed here. So give it a minute to reorient itself. And, you know, again, you're probably not going to see any performance difference by taking half that RAM out. Some of you might, and most of you will if you run benchmarks, but just through ordinary usage, you're probably not going to see it. And I'm not even near that diagnostic part yet. So let me go back over. Let's turn camera 1 off now so you can see the whole screen like I can. And then let's go to, let's get the screwdriver out of the way. What do we want to do? Let's just try a restart. How about that? Let's just do that and see what happens. Remember, it never restarts. The system stays on and never reinitializes again. Now, just by removing a RAM module, I'm not sure we changed anything in the BIOS because we never had a chance to save that setting. This could be a corrupt BIOS type situation here as well. I want to just give this a minute as it says no signal, and you know, no sooner than I got rid of camera 1, I'm going to put it back on there so you can see I'm still live and we're just waiting for some signs of life from this thing. And what's interesting is there is a normal SATA port right there in the power cable. And I guess this will hold a 3.5-inch hard drive under here. That's pretty unusual, is it? While we're waiting, let's just give that a minute. Let me just grab a 3.5-inch drive. I've never seen a mini PC that takes a 3.5-inch drive. I know I've got some around here. We're going to go for a little walk. Let's see. Here we go. I knew these would come in handy someday. I didn't know it would be 4 years later, but here we are. All right. Found a 3.5-inch drive. This may be too big, but you never know. Let's try it and see. Oh, what do you know? We're still not. It's a little bit of a hazard as we're remodeling in here or organizing. No, that's too big. No. So why do they give us a full-size SATA? What are you supposed to use that for? SATA power connector. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe it makes sense because I bought it from AliExpress. All right, let's pull power. Let's go back full screen over here for a second. In fact, let's just go to the close-up camera. Let's leave that one down there. Let's go over here. Got the power cable unplugged. Let's take this other RAM module out. I have other RAM, and I'm pretty sure I already did this. But bear with me for a second, and let's see if I don't trip over this again. I need smaller feet. Let's see, one problem at a time. RAM, SODIMM. What is that, DDR5 or DDR4? That is DDR4, 3200. Well, the 3200 obviously would be DDR4. Obviously, Carey. Duh. I think when I was moving things around, I think I moved my RAM. It has not yet found a permanent home, so I think it's in one of these bags over here. Oh, it is. Who knew? This is 8 gigs of DDR4. You know what? Let's give her a shot. In fact, what else do I have in here? This is DDR5. What is this? This is a package that is opened in the bag. Okay. Another 64 gig of DDR5. No, we can't use DDR5. We need DDR4. What is this? Time Tech. That's a good brand. Can't tell what it is, and I didn't leave any notes to myself. What is this? Mystery RAM. Oh, 2 gig modules. Wow, a 2 gig module and a 4 gig module for a total of 6 gigs. You know, I think I'm gonna just put that right back in the bag. I don't know what I'm saving this for. You know, for the future when we want old RAM in small amounts. Let's see. What else do we have in here? 8 gigs of DDR4. Okay, this is HP stuff. Oh, 2 completely unrelated brands together. That must have come out of like a refurbished computer or something. All right, so apparently I kept it because it was it showed every indication that it was working and I had no problems. So for the sake of argument, let's just set this RAM aside. Okay, and then I've got these little packages here. Now this is ADATA, and it's 2 identical modules. And let's just let's try these. See what makes any difference in our soft boot. I'm pretty sure I already went through something similar to this originally, but again, I cannot remember. I just remember being frustrated and putting it away for another day. 16 months later, apparently. If it's not a customer system, it's not a high priority. Plug that in, turn that on. You should get the blue light. There it goes. And now, let me move this over here. Let's switch over to camera 1 and camera 2. Let's see what it does. Remember, every time we change RAM, it's a little like a lobotomy. It's got to wake up, identify where it is, who it is. It does take longer to boot after changing any RAM. So that's normal, and so I don't expect it to start up immediately like I was before, but I do expect it to start up. There we go. So it's going to load Windows again. You're probably not going to notice any difference whatsoever with regards to performance, even though it's 8 gigs, 2 4 gig modules versus 2 32 gig modules. Highly unlikely you're going to notice it, at least under normal operation. So if you are a very resource intense user, you might notice a bit of a delay, but it's not going to be massive. Not usually. On the other hand, I wouldn't normally buy a machine of this caliber and put that little RAM in it because they don't really pair up well. But for our diagnostics, you know, again, if we right click, go to the system properties, we should see 8 gigs of RAM installed now. And if we're having, it's 2 sticks of 8 for a total of 16. So I misinterpreted what I wrote on the package there. I literally meant 8 gigs each. So a total of 16 gigs, and it identifies, will it do a soft reboot now? If it does, we know we have a RAM incompatibility with the BIOS. If it doesn't, something else going on, likely with the motherboard or still with the BIOS, some part of the BIOS being corrupted. So here, let's just see. The reason I didn't start with this is I thought I couldn't get Windows installed, but I just didn't remember what the problem was. I just knew it was a significant issue that was going to take more time, and I just didn't have time. Then I forgot about it, so here we are. It doesn't appear that changing the RAM has made any difference, and I feel like I've already been through this, because that's a pretty basic thing to check, and I would have checked that. So then the question is it again, a power adapter issue? Let me unplug, force it off. It's definitely not RAM. We know that now. Turn that back on and immediately start pressing delete. I'm hoping to catch it in time one of these days. It's got to happen sooner or later, doesn't it? It must not be delete. Maybe it's F2 or something, because I sure as hell should have gotten it that time. That's why I'm so glad with Windows 10 and Windows 11 you can go into the BIOS this alternate way. And even though it's a series of clicks, it's much better than having to wait for everything to restart. And especially when the machine won't do a warm reboot, that I have to unplug it, plug it back in again, just to keep trying to hit the right key at the right time. It adds up, right? It just starts getting more and more maddening and frustrating. So what I'm going to do now is just go back to Windows Update. I don't have the network card driver installed because, again, that's a whole nother problem. And one thing at a time. So let's go to Windows Update, Advanced Options, Recovery, and Restart Now for the advanced startup. And of course, we're going to have to unplug it again anyway, but at least with a guarantee that we can get into the BIOS instead of just keep repeating it until we eventually get in with the right key at the right time. That is so annoying. All right, I'm going to unplug it. Plug it back in. Turn it back on. Could it be the NVMe drive? Well, anything's possible. Not likely, until we check it. I imagine those were the two basic things I would have checked. They're the only two things I added to the machine, RAM and storage. If it's not working, change the RAM and storage. It's not like I don't have a lot to choose from. I just can't remember. But likely I already did that. Troubleshoot, advanced, UEFI firmware, restart. Gee, I wonder if I'm going to have to unplug it again. What's interesting is I hear the fan come to a stop, that the machine is properly powering down on a soft power down. It's not coming back from a soft power on. That's so weird. When you combine the fact it's a brand new computer and it was a pretty pricey one at that, the only explanation where this makes any sense is where I bought it. And it's not to say everything you buy from there isn't going to be right. It's that if it isn't right, what is your resolution? Well, you're on your own, just like a garage sale. You're on your own if what you bought doesn't work. Too bad. It's yours now. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. That's the problem with AliExpress. It's always been the problem. Same with Temu. Same thing. So if you want to play that game, I'm not telling you not to. Just know what to expect. Hope for the best, expect the worst. Now, maybe there's a new BIOS update for this, for all I know. But how would I find it? Let's go to... really just want to reset this BIOS. Restore to the defaults, yes. And then save changes and exit. What does that do? We get that B3 code in the bottom right corner. And remember, we never came out of that. So the only other thing I can think of, maybe a hard reset. Does this machine have like a little pinhole for the BIOS? We have a power button. We have power LED, hard drive LED. I don't see a short for the BIOS. I don't recall ever needing one on a mini PC before either. I want to try something just for grins and giggles. I'm going to unplug the unit. I'm going to take the NVMe drive out of it. So let's go full screen over here. I can pick the right button. Let's go to remove the phasing, which I've never had any problems with these drives before, but you know what? Everybody's a suspect at this point, till proven otherwise. And we have the Wi-Fi card under here. And let's take the Wi-Fi card out too. Let's just take everybody out of here. Everybody out of the pool. Any of these devices could be causing a short. That's just enough to make some things not work. So by unplugging it, I'm going to leave the antennas on because they're a pain in the butt to take off and put on. And there's no power. These are just antennas. They're literally just wires with no power running through them. So we can just leave that off to the side, fire this back up. And then let's go back to camera 2. And it should have no choice but to put us into the BIOS now. There's nothing for it to boot to. But it should initialize the RAM, realize there's nothing there, and now we're in the BIOS. Now here's the thing I'm curious about. Can we save and exit in the BIOS and have it warm restart now, or will it still continue to be unable to do a warm reboot? See what I'm doing? See how I'm breaking this down? So I see F9 as optimized defaults. Let's hit F9. Load optimized defaults, and let's go to save and exit and choose save changes and exit, yes. Now I don't see B3 down on the corner. I do see a cursor in the upper left. Give it a minute to save the changes, though I suspect it's just going to sit here and all that hardware we removed has made no difference. So that tells us something else is happening, and I feel like this is at a BIOS level. That's where my instinct is leading me. So the question is, without a BIOS reset, how do we reset the BIOS? Without a hard reset. And I suspect that may be the only way to correct whatever corruption's on here. There's a small jumper. Let me go back to camera 1 because it's clear to me this is not going anywhere. There's a small jumper block right here that maybe one of those resets the BIOS, or I can pull the power and unplug the battery. The battery's just right here. Take that battery out. You know, a bad battery can cause this too. Never say never. These battery plugs, this one's going in sideways instead of straight up and down. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to negotiate that out. But I've got a negotiator right here. When you're buying from AliExpress, these sellers are often using a brand of battery that is so cheap. I wouldn't be surprised if it was already dead by the time I got it. I think my negotiator is just a little too heavy-handed. Let's see if I have something a little more delicate to negotiate with. What do we have? Maybe something like this will help us out. Maybe that I've got to squeeze the sides in or something to get that to release. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so with no power and with the battery disconnected, we can let that sit. Let the BIOS drain. How long does that take? It's hard to say based on the capacitors that are on the board. It could be 60 seconds, it could be 2 hours. It's really hard to tell. The other thing we can do, if you just wanted to be extra safe, is let it sit overnight. I guarantee whatever capacitors will be drained by then on anything. But since we're live right now, we'll hope for the best. I'm going to leave the battery disconnected and see what happens if we just try and reboot right now, just to see what it does. In theory, it shouldn't cause any harm, but we know that removing the RAM, the NVMe, and even the Wi-Fi card have made no difference in this behavior, and we have not yet tried another power brick, which is also another option, or there could be something wrong on the motherboard. When I did reach out to the AliExpress seller, they suggested I was doing something wrong. And that was the end of the conversation. There was no offer to go any further in diagnostic or return the unit, and I didn't expect there to be any, quite frankly, because I knew where I was buying from and I understood the risk I was taking. If this was a $100 PC, I wouldn't even be spending this much time on it. Let's jump back over to this machine here where I see the blue power light. It seems like it's powering up even without me hitting the power button this time. And we'll give that a second and see what it does without a BIOS battery. Some machines will not boot without a BIOS battery. Some machines don't boot properly if the BIOS battery is not at its full voltage, 3 volts normally. So if our battery is failing, that could be the whole cause to this entire thing, something that simple and basic. Now, it does sound like it's trying to boot. I'm hearing the fan fire up here, and I'm keeping it on camera too, just to identify the initiator. There it goes. Yeah, it's going to boot. It takes us back in the BIOS. And what I'm curious about, once again, I'm going to load. Default, restore defaults. Yes, which is optimize defaults. Save changes and exit. See if it has a problem in the soft reboot. One more time with the battery disconnected. Does the behavior change? This is just a simple process of elimination. This is not a standard CR2032 battery on here. This is a much smaller battery. That's the other issue, is the assumption that they all use the same battery. Some have rechargeable batteries. Some use a smaller battery closer to the size of a nickel, whereas the 2032 is closer to the size of an American quarter. This one is much smaller, so it's got black tape around it. I don't even know. Maybe the battery's fine. I don't care, because at this point it's a moot issue because it's not making any difference in our boot behavior. So unrelated, and we have not found our culprit yet. There could be something damaged on the board, and we still could be dealing with a BIOS that isn't being reset properly. There's some kind of corruption in the BIOS. If anybody would know that, Jamie McGregor in our chat room is sort of a BIOS expert, certainly knows more than I do on the subject matter. I'd be curious what his thoughts are on this. But it'll just sit here with the power on doing nothing the whole time. So we'll go ahead and plug it. And as we remove components and we continue to see the same behavior, we're working our way down. And we know everything we've removed is not the cause. We still haven't tried a different power adapter. A 90 watt, these are pretty standard power adapters. I'm sure I've got another one laying around here. It's very important that you use exactly the right adapter with regards to voltage. So let's see, this is probably 19 volts if I had to guess. "19 volts, 4.7 amps, I think is what that says, with positive polarity." That's pretty standard. Let me just look over here and see what I have in regards to, power adapters. Oh, I know what I have. You know, the other day when we did that minis for a motherboard that had we needed an ASUS ROG. It's okay if it's 130 watts. The wattage, as long as we're the same or more than, it'll just pull what it needs. The voltage, on the other hand, that one we've got to be a lot more careful with. So you shouldn't be just changing these around willy-nilly and guessing unless you're willing to blow up the computer. Now, if I blew this one up, you know what? I'd be okay with that. I wouldn't have to diagnose it anymore. But I've got this big power brick that I bought from Amazon. That's from, I don't know, it claims it's an ASUS adapter. It's 19.5 volts at 9.23 amps. And I think the barrel connector is the same size. So before we do anything, let's just plug it in. See if it fits. Okay, it fits. That doesn't mean it's the right one. And again, if we're dealing with points in the voltages, one says 19.0, one says 19.3, that's probably not enough to make any difference as far as like letting the smoke out. And David Graham says it's got no feet on the bottom. It's no wonder it can't run. Good point. Funny guy. Yeah, this says 19.0 volts, 4.7 amps, 90 watts. I think we're close. I think we're close enough. And if we're not, worst thing that can happen is all the smoke comes out and this goes into the recycle bin, and I'm happy. It'd be interesting if it's something that simple, but I don't recommend this diagnostic except for those of you advanced enough to understand the risk and have these kind of spare parts laying around. Again, just because the plug fits, that's the wrong measure by which we verify whether this is even a suicide attempt or a genuine attempt to repair. So I'm going to plug that in. Once again, power has come on all by itself, I guess because the BIOS battery has been removed. And let's switch back over to camera 2. And should take us back in the BIOS again, and then we'll save and see if it restarts. If it doesn't restart, we know it's not the power brick. Now we're isolating down what's left. It's going to be a very painful process. Mike's Unboxing Reviews and How-To suggests running CPU-Z, see what motherboard and BIOS the PC is using, and then find an updated version. Well, we did see that already using the Intel driver update assistant. Came in and told us the board and BIOS version. I'm just not sure where I'm going to find another one. Now, the machine's taking a long time to boot, but it's coming up, so power adapter's fine. No smoke came out. Let's go to, once again, restore defaults. And save changes and reset, just to see if that changes the behavior. I still see that cursor in the upper left. I don't think anything's changing. So I don't think we've got a power adapter issue here. I'm not giving it much time to respond, though. I'm automatically saying, automatically right now, I'm recognizing we're right back, no change. And if it did change it, I would be surprised, but I also wouldn't question it. At this point, though, I'm not surprised. This does seem like something else is going on much deeper than what we're looking at, or, you know, on the surface, something else is going on deeper. Is it a hardware issue? Is it a BIOS issue? That's kind of where I'm at with this right now. It seems pretty clear to me this power adapter is not making any difference in the behavior of the machine. It is remaining consistent. We do want the problem to be consistent. That's how we can expedite the repair. Intermittent problems can be diagnosed for months and just never quite figure out what's going on. So we do want that consistency. That's a good thing. You'll see this power brick is much bigger than this one. So definitely, you know, when we try a power brick, we want to use the same wattage or more wattage, keep the same voltage. So we're at 19 volts, pretty standard. Polarity has to be a center polarity. I'll put that away later. Okay, this says it's a BQM5 motherboard. It says it right on the board. So out of curiosity, and I don't know how risky this is going to be, but let's take a look at the company that they're considered a trader, not a manufacturer, called TopTon, TOPTON. And then I'll put in BQM5, and then I'll put in BIOS, just to see. It looks like our friends over at Serve the Home have a forum here. Somebody's talking about a model of this. What are they saying? Can't tell because the site's not loading correctly. Is this us? Let me refresh the page. I don't know why it doesn't look right, and I'll share it with you here in a minute. Okay, that looks much better. Let's jump over here, and this is the first search result over at Serve the Home, talking about the, I think the only difference is the processor. I think everything else is the same. Notice TopTon, Chatry, King Novi, these are all basically traders. They trade things. And let's see what this discussion's about. Maybe somebody's reinvented the wheel here. Or maybe we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Maybe somebody's already solved it. We could not get a BIOS. You know, what a surprise. I had gotten some information that linked to my post here. Yeah, this is DDR4. If yeah, you could download the BIOS backup. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, good. A Neosmake KC12 BIOS backup. Well, this isn't risky whatsoever. This is some sketchy stuff. Oh, good. It took me to Opera. That's nice. What are we doing? Close that. Where's my download button? It's not this one. It's not this one. It's not this one. Not this one. Download faster. Not that one. Download Diagnostics. It's not that one. Repair your download. It's not that one. Extension to Chrome. It's not that one. It's not sketchy at all. The download button will start your download. Okay, what? It's not this one. Save, copy link, share. Download started. Oh, I guess it's right up here. Okay. Open that with File Explorer. Extract. Oh, this is sketchy. So sketchy. It's an RAR file, so I can't dive into it like this. I have to right-click on it. And then I can extract it. What are these images of? Oh, we can do it through Windows? Oh, man. I think maybe this... maybe this will work. Grab my flash drive, plug it into the streamer over there. I know you guys can't see the File Explorer windows I have open. You're just probably looking at the site. Bear with me for a second. I'm going to just copy the files onto a flash drive. That way I can move them over here. This may be a very bad decision. Or the solution. Or it could make absolutely zero difference and we're right back to square one. So one of the three. It's only $800. So why not just throw a hand grenade at it? Get back over here. Does your BIOS look like this? Oh, great. Yeah, it does look like that. I have this motherboard, it turns on. I tried to remove the battery. Trying to properly reset the BIOS. Anyone know how to do that? That's what we're trying to do. Did you end up going with this? Did you get any answers to your questions? I managed to find some resources on the motherboard from the Neosme KC12 website. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a source for maybe drivers and such. So remember that for later. Attachments, the motherboard manual as well. Hey, let's grab it. Account upgrade is required to continue. Thanks for nothing. Keep moving. Keep her moving. Thanks a lot. I was researching GPIO schematics, trying to reconnect to IKVM. Yada yada, works good. Reset power, even HD LEDs. A hard power button works as usual. The key for accessing the BIOS is usually F12. Oh, F2. That's why we haven't been getting into it. I swapped the HDMI cable. It worked immediately. That's not it. We'll come back to that later. Let's go back over to camera 1 and back over to chat. I feel like it's safe for me to put the battery back in because that didn't make any difference, and I don't want to create a new problem with the BIOS not remembering settings, you know, and then I'm like, oh, did I fix it? Oh, no, I have a new problem. So let's try and prevent new problems. Need some small needle nose pliers to put that little connector back on. And I likely need my bigger magnification glasses here. It's not nerve-wracking, not one bit. There it goes. In both cases, it turns out to remove that little connector and put it back on, the best tool I had was my fingers. I didn't think that I was going to be able to make that work with my fingers, but after trying to use the tools, the fingers suddenly made a lot more sense. Funny how the perspective can change. Gosh, this is nerve-wracking, but it should make for some good content, right? Live a little. Evil canary can carry? Carey Knievel? I think that sounds better. All right, let's go back over here. I'm gonna just leave the Wi-Fi card out. We don't need it. I don't need it. You can have it. Okay. Power adapter. This thing has already turned itself on. Let's go to camera 2. And hopefully we're gonna get a signal So far, nothing. Remember, without the battery plugged in, it's a lobotomy every time, so it is going to retrain everything all over again. And this is normally going to take a little bit longer, just like a first-time boot. Joshua says, great content. We'll see. It might be super fantastic here and go viral when the building gets on fire. Let's see. I'm feeling the fan crank up. Something's happening. Now, if we look at the BIOS, what we've got happening in here right now, we can see the motherboard specification information, what they're calling the project version. Oh, my mouse doesn't work in here. So I can't point at it for you, but basically you can see the project version is from 2023, June of 2023. Silicon version, I don't even know what that means. The board is the BQM5, just like it says right on the board. We have our firmware version for the management engine, and EC is the embedded controller. I don't know what these numbers mean. 255.255 sounds like somebody was confused, but maybe that's just a coincidence. Notice our date and time without that battery plugged in. Certainly seems to indicate our BIOS did reset. By losing the date and time, it probably lost all the other BIOS settings. So if the BIOS was corrupted, then, you know, this would be still corrupted, potentially. So if I grab the flash drive from the streaming computer that I just copied those BIOS files from, let's bring that over here, and let's try a few things here. First, I'm gonna just unplug this computer, shut it down. Okay, second, we're gonna bring on camera 1. Third, I'm gonna put the Wi-Fi and the NVMe back in so we can boot into Windows. Then we can use this BIOS in Windows and see. Hopefully there'll be an option to back up the BIOS we have, just in case. But we're gonna find out. I don't know. This is all unfamiliar territory. And clearly having it sit on the shelf for the last 16 months, it's not exactly a big risk for me. But I do like to be successful in the things I spend and invest my time on. So just for that reason alone, I'd like to see it. I would like to see myself succeed. The funny thing is whether I succeed or not, it's probably going to go back in the box and back on the shelf. I don't have any use for it. But look at the content I'm getting. So maybe it was worth it. You want to shop at the AliExpress and you want to risk that this might be you? Then you won't be disappointed. Either way. Okay, all that's back together. Power back in. Power did not come out automatically. That's interesting. That's good. So we push the button. Again, it says motherboard is a BQ5MB. We are in HDMI 1. I mean, I don't know if it makes any difference to be in HDMI 2, but we'll throw that in there just because that chat read machine we bought, that did make a difference, at least in getting into the BIOS. Now I feel the fan's cranking up over here, so it's doing something. And see what it does. I mean, that booted quick. Let me, before I start the BIOS up, just by switching the HDMI to a different port, could that make a difference? Some of these machines from AliExpress, it's possible. Let's see if we can do a worm reboot with the HDMI in the second port. I hear the fan slowing down. I hear the fan off. Come on now. Is this going to make any difference? Probably not. They should both work equally. But what they should do and what they actually do, you just have to test. Then we go from assuming to confirming, and we can move forward confidently that we don't have to come back and revisit that as a potential solution, because it's doing exactly the same thing. It's just sitting here and it refuses to restart. So we're stuck. No matter what we do, we're exhibiting the exact same behavior every time, with or different NVMe, no NVMe, no Wi-Fi, different RAM, 1 stick of RAM, 2 sticks of RAM, it doesn't matter. It's always the same. So, back over to camera 1 again. Now, I feel like trying the BIOS is like less risky, because I don't want to live with a machine that can't restart. I wouldn't even want it for free. I'd strip it for the RAM and the resources. I'd take the RAM and storage and Wi-Fi out of it, use it in something that works. So I've just turned this off and back on again. I'm going to leave the HDMI there. I guess it shouldn't matter. And then we'll plug this flash drive in, copy the files over, and let's just see what happens. I'm hearing the fan speed up. Now I know that it's gone through its power on self-test. And yeah, it's loading Windows. Full screen over here so as I can see. And we're going to grab our BIOS flash drive, plug it in. What I do, just short it out. There it is. And we're going to come over here, yellow folder, USB. These are our BIOS files here. We're going to right click on those and copy them. And I'm going to just make a folder here called BIOS. Enter, enter. Come on now. Oh, I guess it did paste. There we go. Now I'm going to pull the flash drive out. I don't want it in there anymore. And I'm going to go to, let's see, BIOS backup.rom. I guess that's the one we want to put on. And these are the images that they included of the BIOS. I don't know if there's anything to be alerted about with the board. These were the images I was looking at that you couldn't see before. This doesn't really help me at all. The project version, Then the other image, I mean, it was nice. Whoever did this was somebody in the forums who put this together. That was very nice of them. You can see the mini PC they're using over here on the left. It's a very different machine, but it's very possible that, well, that's 2022. We're in 2023 on ours. But it is Alder Lake 12th Gen. I think I am going to ask Jamie McGregor if I'm being a little bit too, what's the word? If I'm being a little flippant about this. Jamie McGregor says, as a UEFI developer, I am suddenly on the edge of my seat. You can use the included AFU Win utility, or I can send you an EFI utility to boot from to Flash as well. Appreciate that. I think we'll be okay with the AFU utility. I just don't know what the FU means in there. Firmware update, probably. What were you thinking? Dennis wants to know, isn't it great that life is a journey? Well, it certainly beats staying in one place. I guess that would be jail. All right, let's try, let's go back. I'll wait for Jamie's thoughts on this, but we'll bring up the AFU utility and see what it says about our FU. Which one is it? Do we have an executable? View, show, file name extensions. Okay. AFU Wing, Windows maybe? No, that one's Windows 2. User interface would be UI. What is that? Not UI? That's bigger. Let's start with that one. Can I open it as an administrator? No. Double click. Oh, it's still, it's still in a compressed folder. I didn't notice that. Let's go back. Where's that come? Oh, it's right here. I see. Right click, extract. I see. So what they did, the person who posted this in the forum, is they compressed this particular, that's why run as administrator, and then they attached their backup BIOS and their images. That was really nice of them. That's, boy, when the community is that knowledgeable and shares that with others, that's really awesome. That's very well done. So at the very least, we know that this utility is fine, okay? And we have this information right over here that tells us, you know, we can close that out. And we can close that one out too. This tells us all about our details, core version, project version, firmware ID, da-da-da-da-da, WinBond. And up here under setup, we've got program all blocks, main BIOS, image, boot block, NVRAM. I should be able to just back this BIOS up first and foremost without doing anything else. This utility allows us, it should allow us to both program a new BIOS and back up the current one. I find it interesting that, well, I suppose it makes sense. We've not identified a file yet to use for a BIOS, so all of this remains unknown. And under setup, usually, do not check, recovery, I don't know what ignition. I don't see the option to back it up in here. And then that's just progress, right? That shows the blocks as they're being written. Well, that's kind of scary. I know the option to back up the BIOS should be in there somewhere, and I'm just not seeing it yet. I'm going to hit open, and I'm going to go to that BIOS that that person provided and just open it. We're not doing anything with it yet, but looking at it. So I'm going to go to the desktop, over to the, why don't I see BIOS? Oh, downloads, desktop, BIOS. And that's the BIOS backup ROM. That's how they made it, right? Now, under information, we'll see the file information here. Under setup, which is where it defaulted, we can main BIOS image, program all blocks, boot block, and we could do all of that. There's a recovery. Okay, Jamie. Okay, Jamie. Counting on you, buddy. What do you got to say? Should I? Yeah, Dennis Hill said it was the word I was looking for earlier, impetuous. That's exactly the word I was looking for. Thank you, Dennis. Where were you 10 minutes ago? 13 Gen came out before December 22nd. This is a different viewer in the chat. But I don't know who you are, so I don't know how trustworthy. Let's see what Jamie McGregor says. Given the backup is 2022, it should work. However, I can build you a custom firmware with the latest 13 Gen microcode, which has a better chance of working. It'll take me 10 minutes or so. You can do that based without me giving you the source. He says, give me a few minutes. I'm checking to see if this backup has the microcode for the 13 Gen. I've got a few minutes. Thank you, Jamie. I'm glad you're here. Not that I wasn't glad before, but especially now. Will the save button save the current BIOS? Fair question. That is a fair question. That may be exactly how it's done. Let's see, right click, full screen over here for me. Open the file, flash the file, save the file. Let me exit out for a second. Let's go back in the BIOS. Well, Jamie's working. Don't worry, Jamie, shouldn't be doing anything that's going to cause any harm. Right click, run as administrator. Yes, I just want to make sure I don't accidentally, flash that file. So that's a good way to know I'm clearing that file out. So we're back to unknown in here. If I hit save, yeah, that appears to be the .rom. So we'll call this TopTon BQM5 original ROM. TopTon. BQ percentage, that's not going to work. BQ5. Ha! Come on now. And yeah, we can save it right under the same directory just to have it. Good idea. Thank you for that. Great suggestion. That was filament on fire with that suggestion. Thank you for that. I knew it had to be in there somewhere. Okay, that's all there was to backing that up. Pretty painless. Full screen again over here, and then we're going to exit one more time. I don't want anything left over that can screw this process up. And again, if you buy from a name brand manufacturer where you're sourcing your files from the manufacturer, this is all anxiety and guessing and studying and researching. It's all done for you, and you're going to pay a little bit more for that in the manufacturer's website, where they have to maintain all this information, provide it and keep it updated, or at least provide it to you. AliExpress, they're not obligated to that, and they're not real motivated either. They're not making a whole lot of money from you, so if you come back again, great, and if you don't, well, that's fine too. They're not getting rich selling these mini PCs at AliExpress and paying all that shipping to get them over here to America just to end up doing some support, which in many cases, they don't even know how to answer your support question. They're just salespeople. That's been my experience, and that's what I've come to expect from AliExpress. And I expected that exactly when I ordered this. I knew this was possible, that I was going to run into a situation. And being a content creator, I thought, worst case scenario, I'll make some content out of it. Here we are. Do you wonder how we got here? You shouldn't. Okay. Waiting on Jamie to get back to us, and while Jamie's doing that, I'm going to put this away and this away. And if you have any questions, comments, put those in the chat as I step away for just a moment. From the time I talk until the time you hear me, because we're at 4K, we have an extended delay for the processing of the video and audio. So it's upwards of about 30 seconds if you are following along up to the second based on where your stream is at. Sure that progress meter is all the way to the right to ensure you're getting the information as soon as possible. Unless you're just joining us and you want to catch up with what you missed, in that case, push your progress meter under the video to the left. Okay, so those items are put away. Oh, you know what? I think I'm going to grab another Gatorade. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait for this studio to get done and I don't have to walk around all these obstacles. Double it up on the Gatorade, you know it's getting serious. Hey, there's Mitch Morrison joining us in the chat. Mitch says, who hides Easter eggs you never want to find? The Dust Bunny. Ba-dum-bum. In the chat here, I checked that backup BIOS does not support 13th gen. Better to wait for an update from Jamie. Yeah, well, we're waiting for an update from Jamie regardless, and don't want to rush Jamie because I don't want him to make any simple mistakes. But I am trying to fill the gap in between with just conversation. If you have anything you want to talk about, now is the time. David Graham said, I missed a super chat from him. Oh yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I've been so focused on this. My apologies. Let me go over to my viewer activity page and see what else. Oh, I've missed quite a few. So David Graham with a $2 super chat says, it needs rubber feet to run. Oh, we talked about that. Joshua Mattingly said with a $10 super chat, loaners and spares are great ideas. Keep up the great advice, Carey. Thank you. Well, if you're in business, you should have plenty of loaners and spares laying around. It doesn't have to be the latest and greatest. It could be an older machine that you upgraded and the customer said, yeah, you can have those parts. Those are fine for loaners. You don't want to give the customer anything too nice. They might not give it back, Or maybe you do and you just sell it to them. Could be a way to create a sale. Thank you again, Mark Gaines and Buster, our friend Peter Laycock, for your earlier super chats. And Abdul Azim Patel, thank you as well. But yeah, we did read out your comment there, David. Just, I think you missed it, not me. But we certainly appreciate it, regardless. Barry Klein said, since I'm walking off camera to get these, am I maybe adding a little something in here? Wouldn't you like to know? No, unfortunately. I am, this is me sober. Can you even imagine? When you see me hanging upside down from the ceiling, something's wrong. Now, Jamie says, yes, it looks like there is 13 gen support on this BIOS. It's old microcode, but it's compatible. All right, Jamie, I'm going to take your word on that since I know who you are. The other person says it's not in there, but I don't know who they are. So I'm going to go with the source of information that I trust, and I'm probably going to do it anyway. If you know anything about me, he's probably going to do it anyway. But unless there was a reason Jamie said no, well, let's just go over here. He says, if you want, I can provide the latest one. I can provide one with the latest microcode. I think, let's try this. Let's just see what happens. The show, as they say, must go on. And I'm feeling a little self-destructive. Now, it's possible if we can't get this back that I'm going to need these, the backup on the flash drive in order to restore it, if it's even possible to restore it. So I'm going to plug the flash drive in and just copy the file back off of the machine. Got to think ahead here, worst case scenario. Right click, copy, back over to the flash drive, right click, paste. Okay, so now we have that backup image that we made just a few moments ago on an external device. Because remember, if it's on the internal device we're trying to get it and we can't get to it, you just you painted yourself into a corner is what you've done. So now I'm going to pull the flash drive out. We're done with that for now, and hopefully we won't even need it anyway. Let's see what happens. We're going to go to BIOS. And by the way, all this could be for nothing. We could just end up with a BIOS that works fine and a system that still repeats the exact same behavior. So, you know, this anxiety and this wondering and this guessing is something you're not going to do with a name brand component. This is unique to where we sourced it from in order to save us some money. Well, aren't we saving now, huh? Okay, so run as administrator. Yes. We're going to open our BIOS file in just a moment. Close that. Open the BIOS file. Remember, we want this one, not the one we created, or we just put the same thing back on again. We want that one right there. What do you think? Should I program all the blocks? The boot block, everything? I kind of feel like I should. Just do a complete reset. This is it, man. This is it. Jamie says just the main block. Really? But what if it's in the corruption of other areas? Then what do I do, Jamie? I mean, see, Jamie knows way more about this than I do. So my logic may be flawed in the way BIOSes work. All right. You exit and start again. I want to stick with all the defaults, right? That's what he's telling me. Right click, run as administrator. What am I doing? Yeah, double clicky, right click, run as administrator. Open the file. One more time, BIOS backup. All right, now, I'm gonna go back over to the chat room here, see if Jamie's having a heart attack. Jamie says, every time I flash to boot block, it bricks it. But with older BIOSes, give it a go. Well, now, starting to lose some confidence here, Jamie. I'm waiting, just waiting to see. Final answer, Jamie. Come on now. TikTok. It's not Jamie's fault. It's these delays. So I'm just going to wait a minute. Okay. Okay. David Graham said it doesn't even look like the same BIOS. It should be within the same family. That's the point. It's not that it's the exact right BIOS, but it should be the same foundation. The keyword there is should. And that's why this is a more advanced project. This isn't necessarily something you guys should be doing at home unless you're willing to accept the risk. So here we go. Flash. Oh dear. No, actually, it's doing everything the way it's supposed to. I'm just saying, oh dear, that this is happening right now. Bye-bye, current BIOS. Hello, somebody new. Here we go. Error. Oh, well, see, all that was for nothing. You know, I'm wondering, just out of curiosity, just to do the most basic thing, what if we open our backup BIOS? And what if we program all blocks? Maybe that is a way to reset it, but maybe. You know, maybe we do everything. Can we check all the boxes? No, not letting us do that. We can tell it not to check the ROM ID and force it on anyway with the other BIOS, but that's going to make me super nervous. Let's just try this. So what it was doing before is it's reading the flash. It tells you stage is reading. So in the reading stage, it's just checking what you've got against what you're about to do. So the fact that those are blue, that means it's reading. When it's writing or programming, they'll turn red. That's where the nerves come in. So I didn't look at the legend. I was assuming it just went to writing. But no, it's just verifying now. To ensure, okay, yeah, you just do this by yourself. Got it. Don't want anything else running. Now we should start seeing the white blocks means it's erasing, which you wouldn't think would be necessary. You think just writing on top of it. I like the idea that the boot block is being erased. I'm good with that. And now Jamie might be screaming at the top of his head, don't do it. But I think we'll be okay here, but I have no idea. This is definitely not something I would be doing on a customer's machine unless I was willing to pay for a new one. If I'm not willing to pay for a new one, and if it's not mine that I'm risking, I have no business doing this. Okay, but under our circumstances, here we go. Boot block is being written. That's what I want to see. Now, in theory, if it was corrupted and we backed up the corruption and we're reprogramming this same thing we backed up, in theory, it's putting the corruption back. But What's the worst that could happen? Famous last words. It couldn't possibly get any worse. You never say that out loud. All right, now we're back to reading the main block right now. Oh, it's erasing. Those are white squares. White squares means it's erasing. Be a hell of a time for the power to go out. What'd you do today? Lost about half of the hair that was left on my head. Jamie says there's always a risk. That's true. It's just the level of risk, right? So he says that we would do not check the ROM ID to flash the other BIOS. And Jamie would recommend that to get past the BIOSes not being identical or for the same manufacturer. But let's try this first. What else? Barry Klein said nothing is ever so bad that it can't get worse. Yeah, I'm afraid he's correct. This is the most riveting thing on TV today. Oh, that moved along a bit quicker. Jason said his power went out last night and it's still not back on. Well, thank goodness for cell phones, I suppose, huh? Got to use your cell phone by candlelight. All right, each section you'll see over on the bottom, on the right side, it's telling you what each section is there. And I don't know why that top half is available unless it's just for a bigger BIOS of twice the size, or it's a non-programmable area. I'm not sure. Because it doesn't give us a legend for these gray blocks. I think those are maybe not used. So I guess we're done, huh? It doesn't really tell us anything here. It just says, oh yeah, stage, done, finish. Reading it, so now it's verifying what it wrote is correct. It's like a double verification. I'm okay with that. It verified before it started, and now it's verifying after it's finished. That everything should match correctly. So the light blue means it's reading it all back. That's a pretty quick process. To ensure, wait a minute. Am I just flashing it again? Cancel it. Let's see what happens here. Did I misread the flash button as a finish button? That may be what I did. Is it going to reboot for the first time ever, or are we just back to square one? I hear the fan slowing down, which is normally what it would do before it restarts on a warm restart. But that's what it was always doing before, and it just would not get past this. And I'm starting to feel like it's still exactly as it was. We'll give it a minute. I got a bad feeling about this. I mean, in the sense of Star Wars, where they always say, I've got a bad feeling about this. I don't think it's any worse, and I don't think it's any better. So I don't think we caused any harm. I just want to give it a little bit extra time just to verify. Gosh, that's just a weird symptom, and I don't understand. I do not understand. Something about it says this is a BIOS issue, Carey. I'm going to unplug it. I think we're right back to where we were. Plug it back in. Turn it back on. Let's go back over to camera 2, see if it's going to fire up. Yeah, it feels like everything's exactly the same. Jamie says, Carey, I will send you an updated firmware image with the latest 13 Gen microcom. It'll be much safer. Well, I appreciate that, Jamie. Yes, please do. What to do? Well, it shows it is 4:20 in the afternoon on 4/20, April 20th. And I think that's a good time for us to take the pressure off of Jamie, let him do what he needs to do. We'll come back and revisit this because I'm not giving up yet. But I do think we need to come at it. We need to regroup and come at it again. 13 Gen, 13700H. I would hate to ruin this. I really would hate to ruin it because at least it's working somewhat. Kind of working. And we know it's not the power brick. We know it's not the RAM. We know it's not the Wi-Fi. We know it's not the NVMe. All that remains really, we know it's not the BIOS battery. There's just a motherboard on here and a BIOS. That's all that's left. One more time on restart. Again, it doesn't matter if it's in HDMI 1 or HDMI 2, the behavior is consistent. And we're going to come back over here to camera 1, and I'll put camera 1, oh, I don't know. Grab camera 1 and put it over here. Jamie says, do you want it now? Well, I mean, if you can get it to me now, that's great. And if we have to wait a little while, we can revisit it another day. Jason says, hey, I planted some grass. Let's all watch it grow. That'd be a little bit more exciting, wouldn't it? Than what we're doing here. Yeah, I mean, if you can send it now. What if I push the power button? It doesn't do anything. It stays on, it doesn't respond. Whatever it's doing, it's in stuck somehow. If you hold the power button in for about 10 seconds, that should eventually kick it off. Yeah, now it shut off. Then turn it back on. That's why I'm pulling the plug. It's faster than waiting 10 seconds. If I hit F2, does that take me back in the BIOS? Let's see. Jamie says he's going to send it over Facebook. No, don't send it over Facebook. That's a pain in the butt. Send it to our channel email. Work. That's fine. Send it over Facebook. I'll figure. I don't think Facebook's going to let you send it, but we'll just see what happens. All right, let's take another look here. At least F2. That was the reason I was pressing delete, and that's why we weren't getting in here before. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! I'm bothered about that too. No idea why that would be any different, but just to try something different. Now we're just, this is part starts for sure. Save changes and reset. We get the B3 in the bottom right corner and it just stays there. Just weird. The whole thing is, it's so AliExpress. This is so on brand. Wow, I'm stumped. I am completely stumped. No man is an island. I'm just going to let it sit here a minute. Hmm. Oh, Jamie McGregor has sent me an attachment. Okay, how am I going to get that attachment? Can't get it through my phone. Okay, bear with me for a second here. Ron Toomey says it looks like a target practice object. Could be, could be. I'm going to go ahead and unplug the unit. Let that cool off for a minute. I'm going to grab my flash drive. And I have to take a little walk to get to a computer with Facebook on it. So stand by. All right, I think I've got everything here. And if it doesn't work, we can all blame Jamie. That's your thank you for helping. Okay, let's try booting off of this drive and see if it'll just boot from it. I think if I want to guarantee a boot from this, I want to remove the NVMe drive. So let's just take that out just to make life a little easier and force it. And put that on there. Okay. See what happens. Here we go. Here we go. Jamie says turn secure boot off. Okay. Was it F2? And let's turn off camera 1. We'll go over here to secure boot. Disable that. Escape. Save and exit. Be funny if it restarted this time now, right? No, it's just going to sit there with B3 in the bottom right corner like it always does. Whew. Okay. Okay. I'm going to unplug one more time. Plug her back in. Turn it back on. And if I copy the file correctly to this flash drive, I think it'll boot, but I might not have. Jamie says, flash at your own risk. So they always tell me about flashing. Oh, I guess I should pay attention to what's going on the screen. We're off to the races. This is a very different flashing process, but there you go. Helps when you know the right people, huh? Thomas MacT says, I don't believe that anyone else on YouTube would stream this live for all to see. A man of integrity. Or is that a man of foolish ignorance? We're about to find out. I know Jamie. We've talked a lot in the past, so he's not a complete stranger, although I've never met him in person. He's always said the right things. Got me fooled. Regardless, we certainly appreciate Jamie's attempt here, and you know, maybe it's successful. I'm assuming it will be. I believe in you, Jamie. Or I'm blaming you, Jamie. One or the other. Operation successful. Okay, guys. Everything's always good until you turn it off and back on again. That's where this is where you're going to know if it works or not. If we never shut it off, we're going to be fine. Here we go. Pulling the power. Pulling the flash drive. Okay. I'm going to leave the NVMe out of here just for now. And let's just see if we boot. Turning on. LRCX says, you've got me. This has had me in my seat the entire time. It's riveting. Well, no, I've got the rivet gun. That may yet be needed here. Is it not good? It's not turning on at all? So normally if you flash a BIOS incorrectly, let's go full screen over here just for, well, I'm talking to you here. If a BIOS gets flashed incorrectly, it normally has no impact on hardware buttons. Like normally if this isn't turning on, that's not typically indicative of a BIOS. However, it very well can be, because that's the only thing we've changed on here. So for the machine that not even so much as power back up is the risky take, right? I mean, that's clearly something that can happen. And the way this case is so flexible, I can't help but wonder if it's just not seated in there correctly. Because it does seem like I can, and I never noticed this before, but if the case is put pressure on it, then the button doesn't pop back out. But that doesn't resolve, me unplugging it and plugging it back in. So what's interesting is it's sending a signal when I push the button, and it's supposed to alert the BIOS basically to say, let's turn things on. At least I didn't think it was at a BIOS level. I thought that was more on a chip level of the board. Now look, we've still got RAM and things we can source from this regardless. It's not a complete loss. And, Jamie may have some tricks up his sleeves yet. We'll give him some time to sort of respond and react to what we're seeing, because I think in his world, well, I don't know how repairable that is now, but I'm sure he's seen it before. I've not seen a system not turn on. Usually with a bad BIOS, the system will power on and not do anything. And that's typically where you can hit a combination of keys to go through your recovery process. So for the system to not turn on at all, like, I'm wondering what the recovery would be if this were sent back to the manufacturer. How would they recover it? I mean, the brute force method would be you get a heat soldering gun, you heat up the BIOS chip, and you take it off. You put a new BIOS chip on, solder it back in. But if there's still something else shorted on the board, you're still right back to where you were with a machine that doesn't do a warm reboot. In which case, it's just as useless to me then as it is now. So one way or the other, heck, even if this fixed it, it would still go back on a shelf. So, well, that's kind of a bummer, because I thought at least we'd be able to turn it on. Remember what I said? We were good until we shut it off. When it tells us that flash is complete, it won't take effect until our next restart. That's why in this business, if I'm going to get calls from customers, it usually happens on a Monday. They'll shut the computer off on a Friday. They enjoy their weekend. They don't know that whatever happened sometime on Friday on that machine, whether they did it or somebody else, something happened that didn't take effect till the next reboot, which happens Monday morning. And then that's when my phone rings. And I tell my customers, just leave your computers on. Now, when it comes to BIOS updates, this is why it's so important, and this is a prime example of why you don't play around with it. If it's important to you, this is not important to me. The value of the lesson and the content is worth far more than this. And we're not giving up on it. There still may be some ways around this, but because we've gone on such a long show today, I'm feeling a little bit worn out. I don't think I'm thinking very clearly. The other thing, of course, would be to just let it drain. Once again, we can disconnect the battery and just reset everything again. Let it sit for a minute. Sometimes things spring back to life and they're a mystery. Other times they remain consistently disabled, and it is what it is. And then we can use it for spare parts. Again, I really feel like this case is one of the worst mini PC cases I've ever seen. We can pull the board out, just explore it a little bit. There's a little freedom in taking it apart. And this is an example of how mini PCs are made if we want to dismantle it without worrying about breaking it. Because this was never working to begin with, I don't care if I'm making it worse. It's great if I make it better, but Without it belonging to a customer, I would not have even attempted this repair if it belonged to a customer. For this very reason, I would now owe the customer a new machine, or I'd be freaking out, going, now what do I do? For me, this particular machine in this particular video falls under a category I would call luxury. And the luxury is there's no pressure on us. It's there for the educational content. As a tinkerer, as somebody at a home lab, these are not the kind of subject matter I typically take on because it's just not how I make a living. This kind of fell into place given the circumstances, and I'm open to it, but I'm not going to force it to happen. In other words, if I have an opportunity to use something for better or for worse as educational without any risk, it doesn't happen that often. Because if it's a regular modular built PC, I can replace any component. But with this, so much stuff is soldered down, and I don't have the time or patience to deal with that. Yeah, it is just not waking up. That's very unusual, and I don't expect it. I never saw that coming. I just thought we'd get power and nothing. But without power, I don't even know how you march forward from that. Not without breaking out a soldering gun and taking the chip off, reprogramming the chip, or replacing the chip with one already reprogrammed to set it back down. Back in the days, we used to use socketed chips on the boards, and you could just pry the chip out, send it into the manufacturer. They'll reprogram it or send you a new one, you pop it back in. Those chips were also this big. These chips are smaller than my pinky nail, and somewhere on here, I don't know which side it's on, there'll be a small BIOS chip. Maybe there, maybe there. But this thing had other stuff going on with it. Like I said, with the telling me that the Ethernet controller wasn't found. There's more to this than just that warm restart. That was a symptom of a bigger problem. That in and of itself, even if we had solved this, it doesn't resolve where's our network card? Why does the BIOS not see a network controller? Something's wrong with it. And in my attempt to reach out to the manufacturer, they were not helpful to me at all. Just kind of curious. I still appreciate Jamie's attempt. And, maybe Jamie's got other tricks up his sleeve. Maybe he doesn't. I'm okay. Just a little bummed out. I was really hoping it would work. I'm sure Jamie was too. I'm just curious to flip the other side over now that I don't have to worry about breaking it. Go this way. Okay, you just want to be careful with these antennas. So I think what I'll do is just take the Wi-Fi card out of it, because that's easier than popping these antennas off a bit. Take that out of there. Lemonade out of those lemons. Okay, so that's the Wi-Fi card and the antennas that are soldered down onto the pieces, the actual antenna part that's then glued onto the lid. And in this is the whole computer. I mean, this is it. And, there's really nothing on the other side. Why you often don't see me expose this side of it is there's just nothing serviceable here. This is all Oops, where's my other camera? There's nothing over here. That plug is for that fan, and that's it. You're likely not going to improve the thermal compound under this to any extent that matters. We've got a few transistors and things on this side, but again, it's all soldered down. So without a hot air soldering station, that's what we're looking at. That's the whole computer. And again, we've got NVMe here, SATA NVMe there, our BIOS battery here, two USB 3s, two more USB 3s. Unusually, it has a separate microphone and audio out. You don't normally see that on a modern day computer, but it's AliExpress, so that's where you're going to find sort of that older technology. These are the two network cards that we can never seem to find, or at least these aren't the cards, these are the keystones, and then the chip is probably somewhere behind it, one of these two small chips. Again, I'd have to like take a picture. These chips are so super tiny that to identify what they are, one of these is probably the sound chip, and one is the BIOS, one is network card 1, one is network card 2. See if it'll focus and you can kind of get an idea what I'm talking about. See all these little chips up here? They have little tiny writing on them that identifies. Now back in the day, those would be circuit boards in and of themselves, or they'd be, they'd take up this much room on the circuit board. Today they've condensed all that down into one of these little tiny chips here. And that's how we're able to make these so small with fewer parts. There's fewer component failures. Cost to manufacture is cheaper. Reliability goes up. Price comes down. Everybody wins. So overall, people say, well, they're not repairable. You could absolutely repair this, but it's not socketable. So it's going to require a bit more skill. That means that skill is worth more money, hourly labor, and on top of that, the machines are so cheap when compared to hourly labor, they often just make more sense to replace. And again, that's a consumer decision, not a manufacturer decision. All right. Sammy says, I love these live streams and real world problem solving. This is my weekend unwind. Right on. Ron wants to know if the CPU is replaceable on this. Overall, the general rule is we're using mobile laptop style chips. So anything removable would likely be just RAM and storage. You really need a desktop CPU to be able to remove it, and a desktop CPU is going to consume more power and generate more heat and require a bigger case. It's going to need a bigger socket. These are laptop style or mobile processors, which are soldered onto the board. It's pretty unusual that you will find a mini PC that uses a desktop processor because of the size and the power consumption. So you should assume any laptop, tablet, or mini PC, unless otherwise stated, is all going to be mobile parts. Pretty unusual. There are some mini PCs, like over here we have an MSA1. That's the AMD version of the MS01. That has a mobile chip in it. I mean, a desktop Ryzen. But you can't just put any desktop Ryzen in there. You're going to have voltage and, not voltage, you're going to have wattage and heat problems in a little tiny case like that. So there's like a family of chips you can use, but it's just a bad idea. You're much better off getting it soldered on. It's cheaper, it's more reliable, it uses less power, and that's pretty universal with, like I said, there's a few exceptions. Filament on Fire became a supporter. Right on. Thank you for joining our tech club. And remember, every Monday we do members only videos. So tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we will do a video available only for members. And it stays that way. They never become public. And we hope you'll join us there. That's a much smaller turnout, so that it's a lot more intimate and informal than these regular videos, which are pretty informal already, but they get even more informal. So be sure and join us if you're a member on Mondays at 1 o'clock. Jamie McGregor says the WindBond Giga device chip will be the BIOS. Which one said WindBond on it? Yeah, good luck reading any of that stuff. It's a super tiny. Let me try some. Sometimes the BIOS chip is pretty close to the battery location. Yeah, I don't know. It's on there somewhere. It's definitely... oh, WinBond is this one right here. I see. I just lost it. Where was it? I just had it. This one. Okay, so it's got a little dot on it, which might be indicative of something being wrong. If you look, there's almost like a glue or something on the WinBond chip, which I believe is right underneath my finger. You see how it's got something on there? What is that? It says WinBond, right? That right there could be. I mean, I'm pretty sure whatever that is not supposed to be there, whatever that little shiny dot is. And could that be embedded into the chip somehow, that it's damaged it? Very possible. I mean, I'll buy that. I would buy that excuse. So in any event, you know, that's our power button. And then this is something, what is this covered up? Oh, those are our LEDs, power LED and hard drive LED. USB 3 or Thunderbolt, as they advertised it with Thunderbolt. And yeah, overall, I mean, the specs on this looked really good. They still hold up today really well. It just never worked. I mean, I don't mind getting my 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive back and my 64 gigs of RAM back. These were definitely too nice to be in this, at least under the way it's always worked. So, I don't know. Jamie says that little dot on the chip is normal, and he's seen that before. Darn it, then it still remains a complete mystery to me. Just completely bizarre and unexplainable, and well out of my wheelhouse of experience. I don't have a whole lot of interest in going back to doing electronics the old school way in the 80s. I've been there, done that, and it's only gotten more difficult. It was hard back then. It's far worse now. So no love lost. But who knows? If Jamie comes up with anything, we'll talk offline. We'll see if he comes up with anything. And we'll keep you updated if there's anything else to update. Or I can finally free the space up on my shelf that this has been consuming for the last year and a half. Jamie sends me a link to Amazon to a chip programmer. It's still going to require I take that chip off, though, isn't it? Don't I have to remove the chip? I mean, look, for $10 for this Amazon product that's supposed to reprogram the chip, I think you've got to remove the chip. And then you would take the chip and solder it down onto this little circuit board here that would connect to this device that would go into USB of another computer. You'd load up some software, you reprogram the chip. So the problem is getting the chip off, moving it onto this temporary pad, reprogramming it, and moving it back. As a lesson, it'd be an interesting experience, but as an investment, it would cost more than this computer 3 times over to get everything I need. And that's assuming I would even know what I'm doing, that I wouldn't screw it up and make it worse. A hot air soldering station is not cheap. Okay, well, we're just at about 5 o'clock. That's almost a 4-hour show. You definitely got your money's worth today, reviewers. I'm only talking to the free ones, not the members. Oh, what did you do today? Arnold says, why not send Jamie the PC, allow him to work on it? Jamie is in Scotland. The cost of putting this in a box and mailing it to Scotland will probably be close to or around $100 to $150. And when it arrives in Scotland, they'll place a tariff on it that Jamie will have to pay. And if he doesn't pay it within 30 days, they return it to me without a refund. There's paperwork that has to get filled out. Let's say I send it to Jamie, he fixes it, then he sends it back. Guess what? Pays for the postage back. I don't think the US would put a tariff on it. I don't think they have before. Usually bringing stuff into the US is cheap. It's sending it out that other countries charge the US. That's what all this tariff talk has been about. But the tariffs don't affect computers or smartphones. Well, smartphones are computers. So if tariffs do go into effect, you don't have to worry about computers being affected. They're not. Unless they change their mind tomorrow. So yeah, I mean, why would I spend that kind of money if I just go back on AliExpress and buy another one? And I don't need it. I don't have any purpose for it. The purpose is the education. And if Jamie does it and fixes it, where do we learn? Nothing. Unless Jamie's making videos. Raymond says, no more AliExpress. Well, I mean, look, there's a risk. If you're willing to take that risk, everything we've ordered has been fine, except for two things. This is one of the two things. We'll talk about the other thing another day, but it's a whole different little arcade game. It's not really computer related in the sense of what we traditionally see here. This is more of a 1980s nostalgia thing that they're replicating through a dedicated older machine. Anyway, it is a big mess. But this one was probably our biggest financial risk and loss. And so it goes. I'll spend the money and take the loss so you don't have to. And if you choose that you want to order things from there, and it'll probably be okay, but if it isn't, too bad. There's really no recourse for you. So if something costs a little bit more to get it at Amazon, it's probably worth a little bit more to have that peace of mind that you can return it for free. You don't have to wait 3 weeks for it to arrive, to go through customs and then be stuck with it. For all those reasons, it's worth a little bit more, in my opinion, to buy from a local, in your country reseller that has a good return policy from a company that you go to a website and get support. Good luck going to this company and getting support. Good luck getting a reply. John Downey says, how much did that PC cost you? This computer, when it was purchased back in June of 2023, was the best price I found for a bare bones, no RAM, no operating system, similarly equipped machine. And that is, I'm sure I've got the receipt on here somewhere. If I go to AliExpress and look at my order history, no, my orders, view all, and then somewhere around June 2023 should be in there. Yeah, 13th gen, ordered on June 16th of 2023. It was all in $486.15. I was thinking it was $800. But I guess when you add in the RAM and the storage and all that, so it's not as big of a loss. No RAM, no storage, an i7-13700H. At that time, it was $465.79, and then after, I don't know, some shipping or sales tax, $486.15. They don't really explain. Oh, I see. free shipping, $38.50 in sales tax. Yeah, I'm sure they're passing the sales tax on to the state of Arizona. So yeah, $38.50 on top of the $465.79. And then there were two discounts, $9.14 and then a separate $9. So $18.14 in discounts, minus $38.50 from the taxes, which breaks down to 20-something dollars, 21 bucks on top of this $465, so that makes it $486. I mean, really a good price. Even by today's standards, it's not too bad. If it worked. Otherwise, a complete ripoff. The money that we earn from our members and from Super Chats allow us the freedom to be able to put that money into things like this that may not go well. It allows us to take those risks that we would not be otherwise financially supportive of. It would be sort of a downward spiral to going out of business. And you know, most everything we order, it all works out. It's all good. Some things, a lot of things that we have to return, it's all from Amazon. Then we just return it. It's no big deal. We can reuse the money again. Amazon's easy. But we knew at the time, and financially, we were in a better place in June of 2023 than we are now. So this was an easy decision for me at this price to risk 500 bucks essentially to see what happens. And given we had a really good track record prior, this was the first time we got anything that did not, that had an issue, and the response we got was, oh, it's got to be your RAM or storage, it's not us. That was the end of the conversation. So I knew that was possible. I want to make that very clear. I understood what I was buying, where I was buying it from, and I didn't know it would be this unrepairable. I mean, maybe they were right until I spent the time to go through it. It wasn't a high priority. We just got around to it today. So there it is. Like I said, even if we repaired it today, it would go back in the box and back. It would just move from that shelf of the to-do list to the other shelf, which is done, and it would just sit. So one way or the other, for me, the main thing is, am I making the same content over and over, or did we finally get something a little different? And it does show you I'm not immune from it. There's no magic research I'm doing that eliminates the risk. And I understand when I buy from AliExpress, I'm risking. And if I'm okay with losing the 500 bucks at that time for that content, then that was the decision I made at that time. I don't know how much content I'm getting out of it. Maybe this content is worth more than if everything went fine. Maybe at the end of it all, it's paid for itself. I don't know. I know I can't afford to keep doing that, but nonetheless, if you like to see that, I guess I could do it again. Just understand that we are rolling the dice there. So when I'm telling you, you get this at Amazon, and you're like, yeah, but I can get it $10 cheaper at, whatever. It's not worth the 10 bucks, man. Put the extra 10 bucks, get that peace of mind. It's worth it. It's insurance. And hope you don't need to cash in on the insurance. Let's hope it's a waste of money. That's the best you can hope for, is you didn't need it. And if you do need it, Amazon makes those returns real easy in those 30 days, free to return, or refund back to your payment method or back to an Amazon gift card in full. No restocking fees. As long as it's provided by, shipped by Amazon, it'll tell you the full return policy there. Especially if you're an Amazon Prime customer, you're already paying 140 bucks a year for that anyway. So the more you buy, the more you save, right? It's like Costco membership. I got to get my money's worth and shop at my Costco and buy a lot, so my membership ends up being more valuable. But at least Costco and Amazon have very good return policies. Jason Wyrick said he's got 6 or 7 Windows 10, Dell Latitude, and HP ProBook laptops. I'm looking to sell if anyone is interested. Good to know. He says they have 16 gigs of DDR3. you want to reach out to Jason, just leave a comment in the comment section below the video and wait for him to respond to you there, because there's no way for him to, I don't believe, put a link or anything. So that's how you're going to have to reach out to him. Martin Hogg says, does the power brick still work? Yeah, the power brick still lights up. No issue here. And we can reuse the power brick. Plenty of things use that. The expensive stuff is really the RAM and the SSD. The Wi-Fi card we can reuse. Like I said, the case is crap. I knew I was in trouble when it arrived and I saw how flimsy it was. But I didn't think it would be this bad. And I'm not suggesting every one that they made is bad. I think maybe something happened in shipping, or maybe I just got a bad one. But I'm sure it was luck of the draw. And the problem is that happens to all of us, even from reputable sellers. Well, let's say sellers that are a lot more return friendly. So it's not the question of reducing the odds of it happening. It's if it does happen, regardless of the odds, will they take care of me? Is this going to happen quickly? Is there going to be hidden fees? Are they going to be responsive, or are they going to make me wait days for a response? These are the things you pay a little bit more for by getting it from like Amazon, for example. Amazon's not alone in that. It's just I buy a lot from Amazon for that specific reason. Even if Amazon may be a couple dollars more, understand that by selling on Amazon, the sellers have to give Amazon a commission. So if they're going to sell it for less money on Amazon and pay Amazon commission, what are the odds of that? Where's that commission coming from? I consider it the cost of insurance. That's going to wrap it up for me for today. Thank you guys for hanging out. It's been an interesting show, quite a journey. And who knows, the journey may not yet be over. We'll see what Jamie's got to say. We'll talk to him a little bit more offline. And maybe he's got some ideas, maybe he doesn't. It's just interesting either way. Thanks to Mara for all the work she does in the background, getting today's video set up last minute and getting our thumbnail and video notes, video description notes put in and plugged in so you can get more information. I think the original link to AliExpress is there, though I'm not recommending you buy from AliExpress. It's there for information purposes and comparing information from other sites. You could probably find something better than this at this price today from Amazon, where you have a return policy that's easy if you should need it. Thank you to our friends at SCD Keys that offer you a 30% discount on Windows Office and license keys that are legal, legit, all on the up and up, with support guaranteed, once again, at a very low price from a company that's been around nearly 2 decades doing this. All the links are in the video notes below the video. And thank you to Jamie. We really appreciate the attempt. We know the intent was to help, and we appreciate it. And for everybody who's a member, thank you guys. Thank you guys for allowing us the freedom to be able to do this stuff. I guarantee you, if we made a deal with this manufacturer, TopTon, they would not allow us to show this to you. So there we go. There's your evidence of what we're doing here to be independent and unbiased. It enables us to run these videos live and let it be what it is, for real, and not controlled or edited to an outcome we want. With that, that'll wrap it up. Thank you again for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Easter Sunday. For the members, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Until next time, bye for now.